Hi, everyone. Good morning. So I've already broken the first rule. We are not starting on time. My name is Ian Huzzy. I am a researcher with the Parkland Institute. I'd like to welcome you to day 2 of the conference and respectfully acknowledge we are gathering on Treaty 6 territory. This morning we have a real treat. We have Sam Moore here to speak about eco-fascism and/or democracy. Sam Moore is an anti-fascist researcher and writer. He is one half of the collective 12 Rules of What, which produces a podcast on the politics of the far right, and he has written 2 books to date. The first one, published by Dog Section Press, is called Post-Internet Far Right. His most recent book, The Rise of Eco-Fascism, Climate Change and the Far Right, is published by Polity. His present work, separate from the collective, is focused on a critique of collapsology. Maybe you can explain what that is. As it appears both on the far right and across the political spectrum. So please welcome Sam Moore.
Hi, thank you, Ian. Thank you. Collapsology is a kind of collection of ways in which people understand how societies fall apart. It's often quite a reactionary discourse, so the idea is to kind of have a critique of that. So, thank you for having me. Thank you for coming. Thank you to the Parkland Institute for inviting me. Thank you to Kayla Dixon for all of her behind-the-scenes organising. I once tried to organise a conference in Milan, and it failed awfully. So, good work. And thank you to you. So, I'm going to talk mostly about a concept called eco-fascism, which I wrote a book about with my co-author Alex Roberts. It's a concept you've almost certainly heard of. And I'm basically going to try and say 5 things. So I'm going to say, first of all, what it is, like what is the concept, what does it normally describe? It's been much talked about in the press. It's been much worried about amongst groups of environmentalists who are anxious that they themselves might be secretly or accidentally eco-fascists. And it's used as a kind of an accusation against various different kinds of people. And it's often taken to mean one of kind of 3 different things, which I'm going to suggest we can think about a bit more clearly. One of which is a spate of right-wing terrorist attacks, in which some appeal is made to nature. The other is as a collection of what you might think of as conspirituality ideas, so the kind of the nebulous collection of ideas in which spirituality and conspiracy thinking are merged. And the third one is the kind of things that far-right governments do when they finally decide to take climate change seriously. So one of those 3 things, or possibly 2 of those 3 things, or so on. And I'm going to basically suggest it's the wrong concept. Doesn't really help us. It's not clarifying. There's a line from Stuart Hall, the cultural theorist, about Thatcherism in the UK, when he says that the left's attempts to fit Thatcherism inside the idea of fascism actually ends up obscuring almost everything that it's actually important to keep in mind about fascism. And I want to suggest something similar is kind of happening with the idea of eco-fascism. The reason for that is that the concept of eco-fascism misses how the far right is actually organized. It misses that most of the far right is not fascist, and that its ideas of nature are more complicated, fractious, mediated, and indeed contradictory than we normally understand them to be. So I'm going to talk about far right nature politics, which is the idea of ways in which ideas of nature become contestable objects in politics. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the history of something else, or something quite similar, which is far-right ecologism. I'm going to look through that history and look at the ways in which the far-right has presented nature politics at different times, different places, different relationships to extraction, to the organization of nature, and so on. There's obviously a tendency, which people are probably aware of, in at least kind of journalistic writing about the far-right a few years ago, particularly in American journalism, to present the far right is essentially three things: the KKK, Hitler, Trump. Like, this is not a good history of the far right. Like, we can do much better. So I'm going to try and think about like the way in which we could, fill that concept out. So I kind of suggested that fascism is not the organizing principle of the contemporary far right very, very often. And so I'm going to think about a concept instead. I'll try and get to a concept of fascism that allows us to clarify what it is. And then you're kind of wondering perhaps why it is that the book on the left is called The Rise of Eco-Fascism if I'm saying that actually fascism is not a particularly important part of the far right. Well, okay. So two reasons. The first reason is that we thought it was important when we were writing the book to take seriously the kinds of anxieties that were produced by the events on 15th of March 2019 when a gunman went into Christchurch, New Zealand mosques, 2 mosques, and killed 51 Muslims, right? And called himself an eco-fascist and justified himself. When someone tells you they're a fascist, take them seriously. And the second, and then the kind of the final part of my talk, is going to be a question of how eco-fascism, as a concept, as an idea, as an organizing principle for the far right, might start to matter again in the future, and how it is that we can think about how it might become to matter. All right, so we're going to talk about the crisis we've just had. So I'd like to take you back in your memories to the end of 2019, which in the UK was a moment of bitter disappointment for the left. I'm thinking of December 2019 in particular. Jeremy Corbyn was decisively defeated by Boris Johnson. And the way he did that was by constructing the idea that it was, particularly in the north of England, in a collection of seats that are called the Red Wall, constructing the idea that it was Brexit and not Thatcherism that was the central determining feature of politics. These seats have never voted Conservative. They haven't voted Conservative for a very long time. And they, lots of particularly older members of the community avowedly would never have voted Conservative because of what Thatcherism and successive Conservative governments did to the north of England. And so what I want to suggest is that Boris Johnson took advantage of a kind of a way in which one crisis replaces another in politics. It's what I call the kind of the last big hill theory. The idea is you're driving forwards through history, let's say, and in the rearview mirror, instead of Benjamin's pile of wreckage, we have a collection of hills, right? And perhaps not around here, where you have either mountains or plains, seemingly, but in the UK, the way the landscape is arranged is that you can only see the last kind of big hill, even though the structuring conditions for getting to that hill is perhaps an enormous mountain range behind, although that part's not in the UK. And so what Johnson was able to do was kind of replace the crisis of Thatcherism, the deep structure of Thatcherism in politics, with the structure of Brexit. And so what I want to come back to repeatedly is this idea that we can essentially take one crisis and we just kind of place another crisis on top of it, and then we forget the previous crisis. And I want to kind of look at how that happens in what I'm calling far-right ecologism, far-right nature politics. So that's 2019, it's late 2019, a moment of bitter disappointment. And then cast your minds forward from there to May 2020, near 5-6 months later. And we are in a totally transformed world. Right? The crisis of COVID has happened. In Canada, I think you have the wage subsidy scheme, or wage subsidy program. In Britain, we had furlough, lockdown, and so on. So the scope of political action, the scale of political action, the collection of things that are possible in politics has totally transformed. And I also want to think about the ways in which this might structure the way we think about climate change. So we've often kind of been asked to think about climate change through Hollywood movies and so on as one of a few things. Either it's a collection of polar bears kind of floating on bits of ice out into the Arctic, or it's a collection of like slightly hotter hot days, or it's like an event so apocalyptic that like skyscrapers are like falling into the sea and everyone dies, right? And what I want to suggest is that the pandemic, with this collection of events, mass death events, sudden stresses on global supply chains, previously unthinkable changes to everyday life, massive discrepancies across class and racial groups, a generally increased anxiety, racially displaced blame, the tightening of surveillance regimes, the mainstreaming of conspiracy culture, sudden return to governments acting exclusively and aggressively in their national and class interests, and so on. Right? This collection of things might, now we have an intuitive sense of what that is like, be much more applicable as a kind of a way of thinking about how climate change will present itself to us as a crisis. And so, as I mentioned before, we had, in the center of politics, or kind of across the mainstream of politics, we had furlough, a completely unthinkable idea. The government just kind of pay people's wages. And then, of course, of great relevance to the far right, we had a very short period, under a year, between the beginning of the pandemic to a group of people, mostly influenced by probably the most powerful and important conspiracy theory of the contemporary period, QAnon, who attempted to invade, let's say, the Capitol building and prevent the ratification of an election. So these are huge transformative moments. But what I want to suggest is that eco-fascism, when we think about eco-fascism, doesn't actually capture the scale of far-right nature politics that was present or operative in the pandemic. But they did develop a nature politics. And we should think about what that is, like what it is to contest or understand ideas of nature in politics. So, of course, I don't want to give a kind of slightly false impression of where we are now. Since 2021, the beginning of it, lots of things have happened, right? Lots of things that were not QAnon, that are not to do with the pandemic have happened. Jair Bolsonaro was, of course, defeated by Lula. It'd be very interesting to see how the political economy of Brazil, how the difference in like commodity trading markets from when he was first in power to now changes what he can conceivably do. Trump, of course, seemingly was kind of a detriment to the midterm elections, and now he's announced his run. One of the more interesting theories, I think, about the midterms is that possibly the reason why people didn't vote is because if you tell them their vote doesn't matter, they will not vote. So I'm not entirely convinced there's like an absent kind of constituency here. What else has happened? Oh yeah, Marine Le Pen was defeated in an all too close election by Macron in France. Of course, France's two-stage presidential election, doing what it's supposed to do, which is to prevent both the left and the right from coming to power. Giorgia Meloni is now Prime Minister of Italy, almost 100 years to the day of the March on Rome. Bongbong Marcos replaced Rodrigo Duterte as the president of the Philippines, replacing essentially a vicious far-right politics of retribution with a much more complicated but equally vicious politics of nostalgia for the previous Marcos regime. Narendra Modi did very well in the 2020 elections earlier this year, despite a huge excess death toll from the pandemic. And in the UK, we've seen, this is Suella Braverman, people don't know who this is. She's the Home Secretary. In the UK, we've had a deepening turn towards a kind of vicious anti-migrant politics. Again, like seemingly there is no kind of bottom to this process, although of course it would be somewhat silly to describe it as fascism. So it's a very mixed picture, right? So we're no longer in the heat of the pandemic, I don't think. We're not in that kind of like the most extreme moment of it. And that gives us time to take stock, to think about the future. And the way we do that is, I think, by looking at the past of what I'm calling far-right ecologism. So that future is likely to be just as like ridden with crises as the last 2 years have been. Like, it's not gonna slow down, not gonna turn off. But whereas the pandemic is a very particular kind of threat, we're gonna see many more different things in climate change. Extreme weather events, possible crop failures, food shortages and so on, different parts of the world, and so on. The kind of the uneven texture of catastrophe and mundanity that structured the pandemic as a particular kind of crisis, as well as its like intimate quality, seems now retrospectively to have been the perfect foil, the perfect soil in which QAnon could plant its seeds. But I'm going to suggest that, of course, not all crises are like that. And I want to think about the way in which there's a kind of an ongoing crisis as well, a kind of a degradation of living standards that is not present in this spectacular cinematic form of the pandemic, but is more brutal and more anguishing. So each crisis we encounter will be encountered differently. The management, mediation, and so on of crises will be multifaceted, complicated, contradictory, as it always is. And it's in the unpredictable consequences of this pattern of crisis that the threat of the far right lies. But not entirely unpredictably. We're not just kind of like facing a kind of chaotic future. Instead, it will draw on ideas from the history of what I've called far-right ecologism. So I'm going to give you a definition of this. So far-right ecologism is not eco-fascism. Instead, it's supposed to be the name, the concept, the idea that unites all the ways in which, I will read it, people produce or reproduce racial hierarchies in and through natural systems. This is immensely capacious kind of concept in some ways, but also I think allows us to grasp the contradictions of what we're actually looking at. And then even longer definition of the far right, which really emphasizes its farness, its relative position to the liberal center of politics, because we, I think, still live in basically liberal politics. And that concept picks out those forms of political behavior which work on or advocate for the reproduction of capitalist social roles and relations on the basis of ethnic nationalism, racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, often through the application of violent means at odds with principles of formal equality, and thus at least publicly unavailable to the liberal state. I think this is a useful definition because it connects us to the reproduction of like the overall totality of society, while at the same time thinking about what is exceptional about the far right. And so we get both the idea that it's interlinked and the idea that it's quite kind of unusual in the grand scheme of things. So this is the kind of the triptych I want to kind of present to you. This concept of far-right ecologism allows us to look at the different categories, the different variegated nature politics, its diverse and indeed opposed political forms, and its seemingly permanent production anew by the sheer diversity of crises that are produced by capitalism. Of course, environmental crises or crises of nature are as old as people doing things with nature, which is as old as people. But nevertheless, the kinds of crises that we see in capitalism are distinct in some ways. They're distinctly classed, they're often distinctly raced, gendered, and so on. And deciding what constitutes a crisis is always socially contested, and the experience of it is, again, differentiated by class, race, gender, and as well as a huge number of other forms of social distinction. And so, for some people, a crisis might appear as an environmental crisis with governance implications, or as an ecological crisis, which cascades into a crisis of, of ideas, or for a few, as a kind of symbolic crisis, whose solutions require the reimposition of a naturalized order. And it's those that I'm focusing on when I describe far-right ecologism. So some responses to crisis have utilized components of what we broadly describe as far-right politics. So asserting strict racial hierarchies of, care for, access to, power over positions within nature. And these stratifications serve an economic role as well as a symbolic one, forcing the re-evaluating of parts of nature, including people and groups of people. And all too often, this means an aggressive cheapening, the driving down of the price of something, such as the denigration of enslaved people's rights to labor, life, and freedom, the mass killing of indigenous peoples, and the systematic devaluation of women's labor. So these responses all both form a natural order and also defend property ownership. And so they're reflected not only kind of practically, but also in thinking. We have not only a collection of kind of material political forms, but also a collection of techniques and ideas for managing this tension. And it's this fundamental tension that I want to get to, which I think eco-fascism obscures. And that tension is the tension that exists across the far right between affirming the social relations and mode of production of capitalism and affirming that those things will carry on, while at the same time trying to downplay, deny, remediate, reorganize displace, all the consequences of that mode of production and all the ways in which that mode of production produces crises, right? There's a life world that the far right wants to preserve, but at the same time, it wants the social roles and relations that continuously threaten that life world to carry on. And so it wants to affirm the disease and deny the symptoms, right? Sort of this kind of tension. So in the middle of the slide, we've got a kind of collection of political forms. We've got racialized mass movements, deadly violence, and authoritarian states. And this is a way in which you can kind of categorize three broad responses of the far right to the crises. And what I'm going to go into later when I'm talking about why I don't think we have fascism, is I'm going to simply describe like why it is that these three things don't really fit together right now. But they did, and they couldn't have get. So this is the kind of quandary we're in. So I'm going to talk through three kind of different moments in the history of this process, starting with what's called the environmental critique of colonialism. So from the beginning, rapid colonial expansion entailed widespread ecological destruction. And having done so, it faced an environmental critique not only from without, but from within as well. So because of the transformation of environments, colonialism entailed rapid experimentation with conservationism. Richard Grove, whose excellent histories of this period people should look at, describes this as being a kind of exclusively interested in the economic aspects at the very beginning, because climate change, or like environmental change, represents a really major threat to the possibility of continuing extraction. Particularly things like desiccation of soils mean that you can no longer plant the things that you want to plant, and you might trigger a famine, and you're half around the world, and so on. So it kind of entails a certain kind of crisis. But it wasn't just a kind of practical thing. The colonists' economic concerns were supplemented by more kind of metaphysical anxieties. While islands were often cast as Edenic, other landscapes were thought chaotic and hazardous, and so environmental controls were often imposed in order to kind of bring them back profitably, crucially profitably, towards kind of normalcy. So the Comte de Buffon, the 18th century naturalist, proposed that climate change could even bring about the denigration of crops and man alike. So the sense in which nature is this kind of bounty, but also it's this thing that if it changes, represents a kind of threat, a kind of possibility of denigration, denigration. So there were kind of these grander apocalyptic visions behind even the most practical concerns. And in some ways, it's kind of the tension between these practical concerns and the apocalyptic visions that I want to kind of be kind of focusing on here. Similar ideas, although not identical ideas, were also used in order to justify things we would describe as green grabbing now, stealing people's lands in order to propose that you can better care for them. In British colonized India, in Algeria, colonized by the French, these ideas were used particularly about forest management, the idea that forests were exclusively or uniquely capable of being managed by the white settlers and not by the indigenous people. They emphasized the racial exclusivity of effective environmental governance. And at the same time, asserted that the indigenous peoples of these places had not been adequately or properly using the land in a sufficiently industrial way. And these two ideas go together. So on the one hand, indigenous peoples are not industrious enough. Other ways, they're too industrious. And so we have this kind of this permanent tension between these two things, which structures, I think, the far right nature politics of this moment. But this process of conservation was not conserving in kind of a pre-social nature, rather, but only a nature that was already, in some sense, reorganized by the arrival of both norms and also different species into particularly North America. So in the 1870s, this process becomes like much more intensely deliberate. The US Army, of course, deliberately target the bison, who are slaughtered in order to deliberately starve the indigenous Americans as a practice of genocide, right? And then once dominion, in that sense, had been secured, the colonists worked to fix in place a particular ecology, destroying, in that instance, the tall natural grasses of the plains and planting short grass instead for cattle, which locked in a particular form of land use, but also a particular set of social relations. The arrival of the colonists, here as elsewhere, involved an ecological rift followed by an imposed stasis in nature use. Polemically, and this is only the second most polemic thing I'm going to say, polemically, nature use in the colonies, even conservationist nature use, was a kind of enforced peace after a triumphant war. Something very different happens in the fascist period. There's a lot in between these two things, but I unfortunately don't have time. So, you've got to don't take my word for it. Something very different happens in fascist Italy. So there are huge projects of reclamation and transformation are launched, including dredging 75,000 hectares of these death-inducing swamps. This is the Pontine marshes, just north of Rome. The marshes were declared sterile, and therefore they had to be rendered productive. Fuel and food self-sufficiency were the immediate aim, but the project was also presented in the Italian press, where it was widely publicized, as representing a kind of production of an ideal landscape in which the ideal fascist man, the ideal fascist woman could thrive. And militarism here is deeply embedded in these projects. The names of these little villages that were kind of set up, the kind of camps across the marshes, were mostly employed veterans from the First World War, and also were named after the battles those First World War veterans had fought in. Right? So we have the continuation of the militarism of the First World War, which fascism, of course, affirmed, in the form of a domination now, not of the enemies, but of nature. The same thing happens in Italy's colonialism around the time, in invasion of Abyssinia. It presented this as a kind of benign colonialism, bringing back into normalcy this kind of wild first nature of Africa that needed to be kind of have its kind of reimposed. So as Federico Caprotti and Maria Caica summarize, for Italian fascism, whilst nature, as the ultimate nurturer of the ideal fascist citizen, provided inspiration for the regime's social project, nature as wilderness proposed a frontier that had to be conquested and colonized and so on. So it's kind of production of and subduing of frontiers. In Nazi Germany, some Nazis advocated nature protection, but it was one in a set of very contradictory ideas. There's a profound tension between, on the one hand, the drive to war, and on the other hand, the attempt to preserve or conserve nature. Probably no regime so bent on militarism and rearmament could have been green in any conventional sense. I want to focus on one particular aspect of this, which is the Reich food estate, headed by Richard Walter Dare. The purpose was to harmonize the tensions in food production. But it was caught in these kind of complex economic contradictions. To make perhaps perhaps what is obvious point obvious, there is a profound tension between people who want cheap food and farmers who want to be paid a lot for the food. Right? Like, you can't just assert that these things are not in tension. You can't just and this herein lies, of course, one of the central contradictions of fascism as a project. But Dare was disregarded as a dreamer. His project failed, as perhaps we would say it obviously would do. And it's often been claimed that Dare's ideas were kind of betrayed, that instead of, and this is the kind of the death of the really substantial kind of peasant-oriented Nazi projects, but I think that's actually not true. So on the contrary, I will claim, Dare's ideology, in which Germany needed to expand into Eastern Europe to meet its food needs. So the kind of things that Dare insisted upon doing, small-scale farm production, in order to affirm the kind of the peasant way of life, or how he saw the peasant way of life. Peasant is, of course, quite a bad translation of the German word. It just means like farmer, but like in a particular German way. In order to affirm this particular kind of social system that he saw as the kind of the root of like the true Germanic nation, he rejected the kinds of efficiencies that had been made possible by things like the Haber-Bosch process and the fertilization techniques that were developed. And in order to do that, meant that he just needed more land. And of course, the central contradiction there is that the land to the east, particularly the land in Ukraine, the kind of famous black soil, extremely fertile, already had people on. And so the eliminationist programs we see in Eastern Europe, of course, the Holocaust, first and foremost, are so justifiable or understandable inside the Nazi system of thought as a necessary consequence of trying to produce a certain kind of, particular kind of social system around food. Not completely, of course, but nevertheless, there's something there, I think. So I want to kind of give a definition now of fascism. I've kind of hinted at it long enough. So this comes from Michael Mann, his definition. I'm going to make explicit things that are just kind of implicit within it. Fascism is a political form that seeks to revolutionize and reharmonize the nation state through expelling a radically separate other by paramilitary means. So I'm going to suggest this definition relies on the coordination of these three parts: an authoritarian state, the capacity for deadly violence to be wielded, and a racialized mass movement. Because fascism seeks to legitimize itself through a self-declared intimate connection with a homogeneous people, it requires a dense mass associational society, a thick society. If people remember a debate that was had 4 years ago thereabouts between Dylan Riley and some other people in the New Left Review, there was an argument basically that the reason why Trump couldn't be a fascist is because he didn't have this kind of mass society, this kind of thick society behind him. I think that's basically true, but I'm going to make some caveats. Because its notion of the homogeneous people is totalizing, it seeks to recruit all of life, both in the sense of a private life and in the sense of a natural world, into its project. And thus fascism develops a kind of a highly normative and voluminous nature politics. This vast nature politics, I want to suggest, is a consequence of the prior encroachment of capitalism into life, also in the sense of private life and natural world. And so fascism becomes intensely interested in the interface between humans and the natural world. But because its account of capitalism is mystified and racialized, it does not consistently oppose capitalism's incursion into the control of life, biopolitics, but ascribes different aspects of this incursion different racial characters. Right? This kind of control of life is properly German. This kind of control of life is like Jewish. This kind of control of life is, and so on. It kind of has like this. It kind of filters out these forms of control. Drawing from nature the bleak lesson of scarcity, competition, and dominance, it affirms the natural character of racial struggle and the superiority of its own race within it. So I want to move on to more recent forms of what I'm calling far-right ecologism, which turns around the kind of tension between securitization and denialism. Denialism, the story is well known. It's a well-known story. The far right denies climate change. That's the story. There's a bit more to it than that, but there's also kind of a collection of course, interests with oil companies and other fossil fuel companies as well, but that's basically the main picture. And it falls outside what we might describe as eco-fascism, right? The point of using the term eco-fascism is often to describe a turn away from this kind of strict denialism. But I think it's comprehensible as a project or as a strategy within what I'm describing as far-right ecologism when paired with securitization. So accepting the difficulty of the relationship between social problems and environmental crisis, securitization responds in a way I've been kind of outlining has happened before, by treating the effects of environmental destruction as first and foremost a kind of security problem, whilst also suppressing attempts to deal with the underlying cause. I want to give one vignette of this. Perhaps you'll remember when George Bush is presented with the catastrophe of Hurricane Katrina, he goes on TV and invites the American public to think about it not as a natural disaster or an environmental disaster, but as if it had been a nuclear bomb. So not a hurricane, but actually just like this is a further excuse for further militarization of the environment. And there are many, many more examples of this that we can talk about at different points. So more recently, the Trump and Bolsonaro governments in particular have been widely criticized for their inaction on or even acceleration of environmental problems. So they haven't been preparing or haven't been engaging with climate change. And I want to suggest that's basically not quite what's going on. Far-right governments, such as those two, who reject the need for or the possibility of the mitigation of climate change, nevertheless consistently pursue adaptation. That is the capacity of reorganizing society to deal with the impacts, but not at the level of, if you're going to face a pandemic, building hospitals and so on, but at the level of securitization. So Trump denied climate change and yet proposed building the US-Mexico border wall, which, according to the US military's own forecasts about this, would be useful to stall further climate migration. Bolsonaro enhanced the paramilitary powers of the police and installed military officers. Giorgia Meloni has blocked in the last kind of week or so these boats from coming across the Mediterranean. India has built the world's largest, world's largest border wall with Bangladesh, huge razor wire border wall, in order to protect, it seemingly thinks, from climate migration from Bangladesh into India. And so in all cases, like I've been suggesting, happens across the far-right ecologism, the disease is denied, climate change is denied, and the symptoms are addressed, but only at the level at which they appear for the far-right coalition itself. And so the question is, if we have these three components, the racialized mass movements, the authoritarian states, and the deadly violence, do we have eco-fascism now? The answer is no. So the fascist coordination now, these three parts, I think have come apart. But I'm going to suggest ways in which they could come back together. So the current far-right is actually not one movement, but is massively internally fractured, both around ideas, but also around tactics. You could split it up according to different geographies, of course. You could say there's kind of a European far-right, there's an American far-right, there's different systems around the world. But I think this is probably the most useful way of doing it. Thinking about political tactics. So mass association, as I've suggested before, because it allows the movement to present itself as like the true spirit of the nation, is essential for and fundamental to fascism. But we don't have a mass society anymore. Big claim. Instead, what we have are racialized movements that are not mass movements. They're kind of fractured, they're kind of sporadic. Society's been, to some extent, dissolved. Right? This is the point of, Wendy Brown has a really good book, Undoing the Demos, another book, In the Ruins of Neoliberalism, where she discusses the two ways, the ways in which the neoliberal project, was an attempt to kind of dissolve societies, get rid of the connections between people, such that fascism in some sense couldn't happen again. She traces the kind of tragedy of this position as it kind of reconstitutes a different kind of far right. The taboo on political violence, or deadly violence, which has been inconsistently applied across since the Second World War, really, I think remains somewhat strong, kind of waning. Interested to know what you think about that. And states just like, it wouldn't be quite proper to describe the states in the West as authoritarian states. I don't think that's kind of slightly silly. And so eco-fascist, when we use the term, names a group of people who at present are members of a coalition that really can't come together, that is trying to come together, but like can't come together. Like it doesn't work in the current political context. So just giving one kind of particular example, there was a group called The Base, which was a kind of paramilitary far-right group, active in Canada, active in the US, in Sweden, partially in the UK as well. And they explicitly thought of themselves as the kind of the paramilitary avant-garde of a mass movement. And their frustration was that they were the paramilitary avant-garde to a movement that didn't exist. They're like, we can't find this mass movement. We've got the deadly violence. We're willing to shoot people, but we haven't got this. And the state, of course, they conceive as their enemy. There's lots of interesting stuff about the way in which the far-right concept of the state has shifted, but maybe we can talk about that a bit later. And so why am I arguing for this particular concept? So Sally Haslanger, don't know if people come across her work, has developed an approach to concepts that orients us towards their capacity to achieve liberation or some other political goal. So we design concepts because they allow us to orient towards our capacity for achieving liberation. We have a kind of responsibility towards producing the right kind of concepts that allow for this to happen. And for me, the kind of proper like anti-fascist concept of fascism is the one that allows you to break it apart from within, allows it to kind of like be dissolved in these kind of ways. So are we really done with mass association? Like, do we really not live in a mass society? And this is the kind of the conundrum of QAnon in some ways, because it reforms. To give you one statistic, I think it was 56% of Republicans in 2020, kind of late September 2020, when polled, said they thought that the QAnon conspiracy was like all or partly true. So really a genuinely mass like collection of ideas, and it's mobilizing. Obviously, it really does make people kind of mobilize. But it's not the complete thing. There's still a kind of a sense in which there is a tension between the authoritarian state and deadly violence, partially because the authoritarian state is the desired object of QAnon's fantasy. So QAnon believes itself, if people don't know what the conspiracy is, okay, QAnon is a belief that Donald Trump is fighting the deep state, which consists of a collection of elite Democrat pedophiles. That's the conspiracy. I want to suggest in 2020, what happened is that it became kind of crystallized, a kind of complete vision of the world, a kind of a whole cosmology, no longer just kind of focused on this particular thing, but developed a kind of an enormously voluminous kind of nature politics. However, although it's kind of a mass movement, it's also kind of inchoate, complicated, fractious, it falls apart. There are what's called different factions of QAnon, like different aesthetic types and so on. It's not quite a mass movement in the way we might kind of expect mass movements to have been before. And it's bound together by what I call conspiratorial entrepreneurs, kind of mom and pop shop outlets for conspiratorial ideas. You can find someone who produces the right kind of conspiracy for you. It's like Shopify or Etsy or something, but for like conspiracies. I don't want to claim that QAnon is just some sort of like peculiar remediation of climate change, right? It's not just sort of a secret way of thinking about climate change, even though it has ideas of absolute good and evil, which you could definitely understand as a kind of a remediation of a sort of environmental discourse about climate change, and an apocalyptic horizon, increasingly. I think instead it's possible to think about it in terms of a broader ecologism, not just environmentalism, an ongoing catastrophe of environmental toxicity that expresses itself as forever chemicals in the water, microplastics, hormonal disruptors, low-quality food, and so on. The kind of the ongoing like small disaster of ecological life, a kind of a decimation that is then taken up on the far right. Of course, again, the thing that happens is that instead that the kind of the social relations that structure this, business, kind of broadly conceived, the rights of property rights and so on, the social relations that I think cause these kind of crises, these kind of disasters, the lack of environmental regulation, for example, is affirmed, while, as I've suggested again, before, the actual consequence of these social relations is denied. And so we have, again, this kind of tension between the disease and the symptoms. So where are we going? Just as there have been before, future variants of far-right ecologism, I think, will resolve around this failure to solve the central contradiction. However, the question will change, right? The question will, will increasingly be not just about kind of politics in the abstract, but about fossil fuels. And so I'm going to suggest basically two kinds of ways in which we could see a far-right movement orient itself around the question of fossil fuels in the era of climate change. Deeply remediated through a kind of conspiratorial cosmology that I expect to only continue. Like, I don't expect people to come back down to earth and kind of face soberly the question of parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, right? This doesn't fit inside the kind of the worldview that I'm just talking about. But nevertheless, I think in some way we'll see a kind of remediation of the question of fossil fuels as the generator to some extent of the crisis we're facing in climate change. The first one, the first plausible future, is what we call batteries, bombs, and borders. And it sticks together climate change mitigation with a kind of a new Cold War rhetoric. Militarization abroad and intensifying control of populations at home and at the borders. So we can think of it as a kind of an eco-governance turn within conventional imperial power. The second one, what I describe as fossilized reaction, is protective of fossil capital and willing to take denial and concealment and obfuscation pretty much as far as possible. So it's an extension of the current logic of securitization and denialism. Possibly with this kind of coalition that I've been describing, the fascist coordination, stuck back together. So I think we're returning to a kind of mass politics, right? We've been returning for the last 10 years. We're getting much closer to it. And so we're likely to see ever more intense contestation of the meaning of crisis. Crises are mass experiences of sense-making. This is the point of the exercise that I had you do at the beginning where you thought about 2019 and 2020. QAnon and movements like it reorganize the sense of the political possible in a moment of crisis by diverting the scope of political action further and further towards a kind of an action on the astral plane, a kind of a permanent apocalyptic horizon. But this is not the necessary tendency of far-right politics. It doesn't have to escape into this kind of dream world. Much of far-right ecologism in the future will be eminently practical, although, as I've kind of suggested, it will fail to resolve this contradiction that I've been kind of delineating. And we should therefore be kind of on the lookout for like future movements. This is the most polemic thing I'm going to say. With the rise of mass societal societies, the possibility, or return rather, of mass societal societies, the possibility of making a clean separation between movements that are properly democratic and movements that are not properly democratic, far-right movements, will become increasingly difficult. It'll become more and more tricky to say that there is like an absolute difference between the far-right and democracy, or indeed, between fascism and democracy. High levels of civic participation are like devoutly to be wished, because that is where democracy really lies. But high levels of civic participation are not the opposite of fascism, but one of its enabling conditions. That's it. Thank you. Great.
Wow, that was a lot, covering so many things: colonialism, fossil capitalism, the role of the state, political participation, deadly violence. Many topics woven together, I think masterfully. So if you're new to the Parkland conference, we usually have a Q&A after each speaker. We've got about 20 minutes for questions. There's a lot in Sam's speech about the application to Alberta, our current government, our economy based on fossil capitalism, the role of social movements. We do have a couple mic runners on either side of the room. We tend to try to enforce gender balance with questions and comments, so just let me know if you have a thought to offer, or a question, a comment. Perhaps the coffee wasn't strong enough this morning. This gentleman in the middle.
Hi, Sam. My name's Chris. Thanks so much for that. So in the Alberta context, This tension that you're describing, I think we would really aptly see in sort of our right-leaning, you know, coal-rolling, big diesel truck driving, but I hunt and I fish and I want the splendor of nature to be here at my disposal for those personal activities, and sort of in that tension you described. Have you seen anything, or in the ways that you think about how might this tension ever be resolved as the likely tip in terms of which way these folks will go? Ultimately, will they choose their truck, or will they choose the trees in the duck pond? And how do you kind of frame that in your mind?
It's a great question about, I have been in Alberta for less than 12 hours, but but as an expert in the field, let me, I think trucks, almost certainly, trucks. Maybe I can talk to the kind of the global scale of the problem rather than the kind of the local concepts I don't really know much about. The two futures are compatible. We could see particular states go in the kind of fossilized reaction way and double down on this kind of securitization of climate change, while at the same time a kind of global system of what's called eco-apartheid kind of emerges. I think that's a totally plausible thing. So I think both is like the most plausible answer at the global scale. Locally, I don't know. Sorry. I would be very surprised if there was the impacts of climate change are very different depending on where you are, and depending on what kind of social entitlements you're able to enact. And I don't know very much about how climate change might affect the local environment here, but certainly there are lots of different kind of ways of adapting, I think, to most of the kind of climate change we're going to see, say in the American context or in France or the UK. And so I think probably the preservation of the life world will carry on more or less indefinitely, but it will take the form increasingly of an escalation towards violence, an escalation towards control of that. The way in which contradiction is experienced on the far right is not as a kind of a thing that makes anything fall apart, right? Far right movements don't fall apart because they're contradictory, they escalate because they're contradictory. And so I think that's probably a kind of a likely future. Although, not an expert in that particular kind of instance, but yeah, great question.
Thank you. I just actually wanted to respond to the question and to your answer. I think that I really appreciate your talking about the escalation towards violence, but your quote, when you said that the future are compatible, I thought that really resonated with me. As someone who lives in rural Alberta where the diesel trucks are chosen, but also who hunt on our land and I create food, I ponder that too, because I think I'm often the one who's the foolish one in the community by being so concerned the way I am concerned about the people part of our world. But we're not going to become compatible if we keep pointing the finger at that other group that has the diesel truck. Or at the other group that's doing this. That's the problem. The truth is, all of us here have another form of diesel truck in our lives. And I think to be compatible means we have to be honest about where we are, as opposed to pointing the finger and feeding the violence of where you think someone else should be different. Because I do believe, as a farmer, we're working very hard to keep our environment sound, because my livelihood's on it. The land is everything. And so, and yet I suffer the consequences of being on land that's been broke 100 years ago, still in our family, but we've been stewards of honest, good care for 120 years of that land. So we are compatible, but we both sides have huge things to look at and self-reflect so that we can be compatible.
I really agree. I mean, I think that I think that one of the main tasks for a kind of politics of liberation over the next 50 years, right, let's say, kind of strategizing quite broadly now, might be to really seriously think through what a kind of a politics of complicity, of culpability would be like. That wouldn't generate the kinds of reactionary backlashes, right, that we see on the right. Yeah, I think it's a great point, and yeah, I agree.
Over here, Sam. Thank you again for your presentation. Actually, at the very beginning, you said something about affirming the disease while denying the symptoms. I thought it was brilliant. When you talk about the role of labor unions or look historically, which in and of itself can be a form of power, winning power, what lessons might you have, and in particular, in feminized professions, because you talked about a misogyny at the very beginning and the marginalization of women. So I'd be interested in the role of labor unions.
So so climate change increasingly presents itself as a kind of a kind of crisis of care, I think, in lots of different ways and lots of different scales. I think unions, sorry, I'll just be really direct. I think unions are really good and very important, and like I welcome the participation of unions in mass society. I would say that the capacity of unions to articulate a stable, coherent worldview. So while I was talking about this yesterday, I was saying that to someone, I was saying that we can counterpose QAnon, its kind of inchoate kind of chaoticness, to the French Union movement, right? Which, without more or less any breaks, apart from the Second World War when it became a resistance movement, has been like a very consistent kind of like just stable sense-making institution. The same is true in Germany as well. There are these like big organizations on the kind of systems of organizations, in fact, on the left of kind of mass society that allow for the kinds of crisis that we experience to be mediated, to be understood, to be like considered in ways that don't generate the peculiarities, the kind of the bizarre worlds of QAnon, right? That being said, I think that the multifacetedness of crises under climate change will almost certainly lead to a situation where the kinds of politics that unions have traditionally affirmed are either inapplicable or actually contradictory to the things that need to kind of immediately happen. I imagine this is the case, particularly in Alberta. I don't know much about Alberta, as I suggested before, but I imagine this is the case perhaps around like unionization of fossil fuel like industries, but particularly with regards to kind of feminized occupations, definitely overwhelmingly those are quite like low carbon kind of occupations. And so I'd imagine that the kind of multifacetedness of that kind of organizing, which it takes both from the feminist tradition and from the union tradition, will probably be more flexible, more capable of dealing with the kind of multifacetedness of crises as they present themselves, and less obviously contradictory with the imperative to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Thanks very much, Sam. I really, to say I enjoyed that is a bit difficult, but I found that very deeply unsettling in the best possible way. I would put it that way. I'm just kind of like responding to some of the other pieces here rather than, but just maybe to get your sense of it. When we're talking a bit about those contradictions within the far right construction or of its relationship to the environment. Thinking about here in Alberta, there was a massive campaign by our provincial government to privatize strip mining in the Rocky Mountain Range, in one of these sort of like most tourist attractive, recreational, much photographed sort of parts of our province. And this, of course, sparked a counter movement, which then became kind of co-opted in a certain way by the opposition party as well, to say, here's the government that wants to strip mine the mountains, and here's the opposition and lefties and progressives and hippies and crunchy people and, right, all the woke people want to save nature. And how, right, and Corblund singing country music, right? So we're bringing all of these things together. But at the heart of it, there was that contradiction about how you frame that as Albertanness within a sense of provincial identity, which increasingly here in this province is being used as sort of a proxy for national identity, a type of Albertan nationalism. And I think what was interesting about that is we have a movement that wants to sell our province on the basis of its environmental beauty, on the basis of its resources being there. Our environment minister for many years was a notorious poacher, right? So this is at the heart of it. And what I'm wondering about, I guess, is saying how then these pieces that you're talking about extraction and profiteering and basically using up every last drop, while also preserving a certain element, right, where, for example, you can pay for a pass to visit the unspoiled part of these mountains now, if you have the means, right? And so that there's a class element to that, but also an increasingly sort of like identity piece. If you're a real Albertan, you don't mind us wrecking the mountains while also paying to enjoy them. How do all of those pieces fit together, or is that your point? They just don't, and we pretend they do.
They don't, and I don't think we should pretend they do, but definitely people on the far right do pretend they do. Yeah, I think that's a really great example of the kind of tension, the kind of contradiction. How does that go? So is it both sides of that contradiction that are affirmed as like Albertanness? Yeah, right. Yeah, I think that's a really great example of exactly the kind of the tension that I'm kind of pointing at. So, yes. Sorry, one last thing. The person over there also asked a kind of similar question about like which way will they choose. And I wonder, maybe it's kind of a question for like the room in general, but like, how do you think those tensions will be resolved? Like, I'm kind of curious how people think that will go if it becomes more acute, and if they think it becomes more acute, why?
Is that Emma in the blue? No? Someone else in blue? Okay.
Hi there. Thanks, Sam. So my name is Emma. I'm a climate organizer. I work for a global climate justice organization. And one thing that kind of gets talked a lot, I think, about in the climate movement, but probably not enough, is this degree to which climate change in a lot of ways is the first sort of mass existential crisis that I think white people have really had to contend with. And we know that, Indigenous people and people of color, it's not the first. There's been, many, many times, you talked a lot about colonialism, but I'm wondering the sort of relationship that you see, well, first of all, whether or not you would agree with that, and then how you think that sort of impacts this far right ecologism that you're talking about. And then finally, something that came to mind at the end when you're talking about the sort of mass politics and that, it becomes harder and harder to sort of distinguish between the far right and democracy, the more that the mass politics sort of grows. I think something that comes to mind is the more that we're building these sort of mass movements, what's oftentimes happening is that it's a mass on-ramp, I think, for a lot of white folks that are experiencing this sort of existential crisis. And then when moments like Black Lives Matter erupts, and there's a degree to which that sort of desire to politicize people through that movement, there's a lot of resistance to it. And what happens is this is a distraction. We can't talk about white supremacy. We can't talk about racism. We can only talk about climate change. So that's more a comment and a thought, but would love to hear, your thought on that.
So I think I basically agree. Maybe there's one moment before this of existential peril experienced en masse by white people, just the invention of the atomic bomb, right? The possibility of nuclear annihilation during the Cold War. There's some really fascinating work by someone whose name I've forgotten, who wrote a book whose name I've forgotten, about the way in which geography of cities, particularly American cities, changes, about how white flight from the urban cores functions as a kind of a attempt to get away from the possibility of being at the center of the nuclear blast. So that kind of existential peril, I think, is experienced, but then it's quite like rapidly remediated or rapidly kind of reorganized. The on-ramp is incredibly important. What I described earlier as kind of a conspiratorial entrepreneurialism by QAnon is basically a kind of a huge on-ramp to a kind of a far-right worldview. And the reason why I think it's so effective is because it manages to draw on the kinds of shattered neoliberal life world that people already exist in, right? So you will see the same tropes in QAnon as in like Marvel films. Whatever it is that you experience in your day-to-day life, in your kind of cultural consumption, QAnon has a way of getting that aesthetic into the overall conspiracy. And so there is this kind of sense of, as mass politics comes into play, it has to start by like picking up the things kind of from where they are. And I'm wondering where that is in the climate movement, like what it is, how we pick up the kind of the material of everyday life. And this is, of course, in contradiction with what I was saying earlier about the need for a kind of a nuanced and like complicated politics of complicity, of culpability. On the question of apocalypse and the kind of facing apocalypse, I mentioned at the very beginning, or Ian mentioned, that my current thing is about collapsology. And part of the kind of the critical theory of collapsology I'm trying to generate or think about is exactly around this question. It's like the end of the world is a thing that's already happened repeatedly. It's like a huge number of different people because to some extent the world that we live in now destroyed those worlds, right? That is the material basis for this world, is that other worlds were obliterated. There was one further point that you made, I've forgotten what it was.
The sort of politicization of people and the degree to which there's a resistance to talking about white supremacy, but then there's a temptation to abandon those people, and I think a risk with that.
There's a temptation to abandon people who don't want to talk about white supremacy. Right. I can definitely see that there will be. So I kind of suggested in the final slide, the fossilized reaction or the batteries, bombs, and borders, that instead of the environmental movement, we are very likely to see many different environmental movements emerging as it becomes like the central object. In the same way as we see different positions on all manner of questions like emerge as they become the central question of society. I think that almost certainly those are the same, that very broadly construed, I think almost certainly white supremacy and climate change are the same story. And that's what we're trying to get at with the kind of the discussion of a colonial nature management, a kind of a construction of like a whole world that is organized around simultaneously the destruction of and preservation of aspects of nature. So yeah, I think that telling that kind of history might be a way of resolving this kind of tension that you're seeing in the environmental movement. But I would suspect there will be further fracturing, further mass politics developed with contradictory different parts, different bits. Yeah. We go.
That was fantastic. I know you have a question. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, and I'm going to get in trouble if I keep going. Sam's willing to chat over coffee or tea or whatever. I've lost my notes. So we've come to a 15-minute break. There are pastries and coffee in the lobby. At 10:30, we have two panel sessions. The first is called Myths as Reality, Alberta Politics, Society, and Democracy at a Crossroads. And the second one is called The Rural-Urban Divide, and its impacts on politics in Alberta. I personally want to go to both of them, so I'm a bit upset that they're scheduled at the same time. It's going to be fantastic. Just one final reminder that if you're tweeting about the conference, it's a hashtag ParklandConf. We'll see you at 10:30 in the panel sessions. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. If I could just get everyone's attention. Good afternoon. My name is Grace Agile. I am pleased to be with you all here today. I also want to welcome those who are tuning in virtually. Thank you all for being here, and welcome back to another plenary session. As I said, my name is Grace Agile. I am a lawyer working primarily in domestic violence and child welfare in McKinsey, Calgary. And I'm a member of the Parkland board, and I'm thrilled to be here in person with everyone today. I'm also thrilled to introduce our speaker for today's session, Jillery Massa. Jillery is a human rights and equity educator and strategist with over a decade of experience supporting schools, advocacy organizations, labor unions, government agencies, and private enterprises through the work that centers around human rights, equity, and inclusion. With roots in both the labor movement and student movement, she specializes in human-centered program and policy design and evaluation, regularly conducts EDI audits and organizational coaching and training issues that impact marginalized communities. Jillery is driven by her own experience as a Black immigrant Muslim woman, and her practice is rooted first and foremost in the community. She has a deep commitment to people that are impacted, she has a deep commitment to creating institutional and government policies and programming that are informed by the people that are impacted most by them. She holds a master's in leadership and community engagement from York University, and she completed a major research project entitled Beyond Diversity, Roadmap for Human Rights and Equity Organizational Change Work. So please join with me in welcoming Jillery Massa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's really, I was reflecting on when the last time I did one of these in person, and I think that this might be the first time I'm speaking in real life with live people, not behind a screen, since the beginning of the pandemic. So it's really nice to be in a room full of change makers, in a really critical moment in Canadian politics and politics here in Alberta. I have been abroad. My family is originally from Panama, and we made the decision earlier this year after I had our third child that we would spend the rest of our mat leave in Panama City. So I've been watching from abroad as folks in my own city of Toronto have been mobilizing around the municipal elections, as Ontarians have been mobilizing around the severe underfunding of the healthcare system there, and the pending labor action by some of the lowest paid education workers in the province who are fighting not only for better work and working conditions, but also for better conditions for students and families in that province. Before I move forward, I would like to acknowledge that today we are meeting on the Treaty 6 and the traditional ancestral territories of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many other communities who have histories, languages, and cultures that influence the vibrant community that we have here, you have here in Edmonton. The image that I have up on the screen is a screen grab from a website called native-land.ca. I invite you all to visit it, contribute to them. They are a volunteer organization, and they run an interactive site that has documented Indigenous communities around the world. You can actually click on whatever part of the world that you'd like to see, and it'll show you the Indigenous communities, the treaties, the languages spoken there. It's a really beautiful site, and I thought, I pulled this quote because I thought that was really it really kind of sat with me, and it says, "Land is something sacred to all of us. Whether we consciously appreciate it or not, it is the space upon which we play, live, eat, find love, and experience life. The land is ever changing, ever shifting, giving us and other creatures and beings on this earth an infinite number of gifts and lessons." Land acknowledgements. One of the things that struck me when I started working from home was that I would turn on the news in the morning, CP24 in Toronto, and it would start with the broadcast would start the day with the land acknowledgement. And I thought, that's interesting, because nothing about the news, even if we had really big issues about Indigenous communities happening in the news cycle that day, ever really made it onto the screen. But we had the land acknowledgement. And so it really has me thinking about, as settlers and as immigrants, as people who have been displaced by poverty or war or environmental degradation, imperialism, to lands like these that have been colonized by a state that continues to disenfranchise, erase, and degrade Indigenous culture and community, I want us to really think about how do we become co-conspirators to Indigenous communities, working hard to ensure that this country lives up to its commitments made to advance the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. This is part of my learning too, and I feel remiss to start a conversation about building a gender just and racially just society and movement without actually thinking about how do we bring these land acknowledgements to life. I want us to think deeply about what our movements have done to decolonize our own work, to learn and create relationships with Indigenous communities that are around us, and how we are supporting and honoring Indigenous leadership in all of our fights for more just systems. Whether we're talking about women's rights, environmental protection, reproductive justice, healthcare advocacy, education, poverty, reforms to policing, challenging racism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, there are links that can be made at every stop. There are ways and things that we can learn. There are ways we can walk together with Indigenous communities. For those of us who are not Indigenous, when you are working around a table, coming up with that campaign or policy proposal, asking yourselves how we might better advocate for Indigenous communities, we have to ask ourselves, who is around this table with lived experience? How might we build those connections in ways that we might not have before? It's easy to do a land acknowledgement. The real work is in finding ways to ensure that our movements are inclusive and truly inclusive of Indigenous communities. It's a reminder to me, and it's a reminder to all of us about the ways in which we have to do our work intersectionally. So I was asked to talk about what it takes to build a more racially equal, gender-just society. And I come to this topic as a Black, Latina, Muslim woman who wears a hijab. I'm the daughter of an immigrant, a single mother, who came to Canada in the late 80s looking for a better life, in the dead of winter with $100 in her pocket and zero English. I come to this conversation knowing food banks, secondhand stores, roach-filled apartment complexes, living paycheck to paycheck. I come to this conversation understanding student debt and multiple part-time jobs. I come to this conversation understanding racism, sexism, and Islamophobia. But I also come to this conversation understanding that despite the ways in which I have experienced and in some ways continue to experience systemic discrimination and marginalization, there are a number of ways that I have privileges in my adulthood. Moving to Panama has put that in my face so loudly. I went into a country where I now benefit from economic and class privilege in a way that I've never had before. I am now living in a life that, because of the fact that I earn Canadian income and my spouse earns Canadian income, and we have this parental leave that we can take advantage of for a year, that we can live in the neighborhood that we live in, we can hire a nanny to help with our kids, we can hire a cleaning lady. I was a daughter of the cleaning lady at one point. And so to me, it's really important to not only think about the ways in which I experience marginalization, but the number of ways that I experience privileges in adulthood. My citizenship, my language, my cisgenderism and heterosexuality, my good job and degree, my two-income nuclear family, my ability, my able body, make it imperative that I approach this work continuously asking the question and revisiting my own biases, and asking how we as movements for social change are reproducing the same might be reproducing the same systems that we are trying to oppose. So I do want to spend some time thinking later about how we as organizers who are looking to fight the good fight to demand justice from our governments and institutions and policymakers, how do we ensure that we do that in a way that's inclusive and protects the communities that we're trying to protect? But before we do that, I do want to spend some time reflecting on who we are as a society here in Canada, or at least who we pretend to be, and then who we actually are. So as I've mentioned already, my family is originally from Panama, and like I said, we moved down there in August when the restrictions felt like they were lifted and it felt safe to travel again. We have 3 children, and our youngest is 9 months old, and so we're on parental leave. And algorithms are really funny. I do spend a lot of time scrolling on social media, and so I'm getting a mix of like what's happening in Ontario from my friend circle, but I'm also getting a mix of ads for come to Canada, the place where you can find jobs. Even the berry pickers and the nannies and the who else? The berry pickers and the nannies and the construction workers, they find jobs. We give them jobs that offer them free housing and feed them and give them enough pay to send back to their families. It's cotton candy and roses, and the roads are paved with gold, I tell you. And I do not go a week without having a conversation with somebody who realizes that I'm from Canada and asks me, how do I get there? Are the ads true? Is this real? And I'm always torn about what do I tell them? These are people that are very much like my parents who immigrated because they're looking for a better future for their families, and they see an opportunity. But I'm torn because I feel like, do I tell them that the wages don't actually match the cost of living? Do I tell them that we lack affordable housing in this country? Do I tell them that our public health care system is on the verge of collapse? Do I tell them that although we're really polite, this is also the country where white supremacists murdered worshipers in a mosque while they were praying? Do I tell them that this is a place where we're now having to confront the reality of mass unmarked graves of Indigenous children and Indigenous communities with world water advisories? Do I tell them that racial profiling and police brutality happen here too? Do I tell them that with the rise in white supremacist groups and hate-motivated incidents comes a real deep insecurity in racialized communities in this country? Do I tell them that in this country, a country that touts itself for religious freedom, a woman that looks like me, who wears a scarf like me, in one of the largest provinces in this country would not be able to work in some of the sectors that I work in the province of Ontario? What do I tell them? Do I tell them that, what is it do I tell them? I usually just settle with, the truth is that Canada has given my family a lot of opportunities. It really has. But it's not easy. It's very cold, and depending where we live, it's very expensive. That's usually what I settle on. But it's a contention that I truly have, because the reality is that we are dealing with two faces. On one hand, we are polite, we are kind, we are social systems and structures. People hear that I'm on a paid parental leave, and in Panama you get 3 months if you're lucky. And so they see all of these things. The roads are paved with gold. But what they don't see is the statistics that are coming out of this country. So these are stats from Statistics Canada. They put out an annual report on police-reported hate-motivated incidents. It reports that in 2020, Canadian police reported 2,669 criminal incidents that were motivated by hate. This was the largest number of recorded incidents since comparable data came out in 2009. Between 2019 and 2020, the number of police-reported crimes motivated by hatred of race or ethnicity increased by 80%, from 884 to 1,594. It reports that hate crimes targeting the Black and Jewish populations remain the most common types of hate crimes reported by police, representing 26% and 13% of all hate crimes. And that the largest increase in the number of hate crimes were in our large city centers, were in our largest, most diverse provinces in Ontario, in British Columbia, in Quebec, and here in Alberta. I want to remind us, though, that hate-motivated crimes and incidents continue to be one of the most underreported in our communities. So this statistic might be shocking, but it actually doesn't paint a real picture of what is happening in our communities. And I think that it's really important to consider and think about how do we create opportunities for marginalized communities to feel like they can come to our institutions and that they will be seen and respected, and issues will be investigated properly. I want us also to remind us that while more and more of our institutions are collecting race-based data and data on experiences of marginalized communities, many are still very resistant to collecting the data, needed to know the truth, needed to validate the experiences of people, and to empower communities to push for change. Now, if we look at Alberta, I couldn't find a spreadsheet or a stat or a graph that actually aggregated the data, disaggregated the data that exists out there about the types of things that we're seeing here in this province. But I did find lots of news articles, and of course I've been hearing about lots of news articles of things happening here in this province. And I think over the last few years, I have had the feeling after hearing news after news of what the heck is happening in this province. Why are there so many individual acts of discrimination? And so I want to just share some of the things which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. So in 2021, it specifically felt like a really difficult time to be Muslim in this province. And I speak about this identity in particular because it's the identity that I hold and I know the most. On May 26, 2021, a Muslim Calgarian man was met with Islamophobic and racial slurs for hanging a Palestinian flag on his car. Video showed the attacker stating, "I'll knock your effing terrorists out." On April 25th, 2021, a man made obscene gestures towards a woman wearing hijab and then hit the car of the Muslim family, then got out of his vehicle, continuing to use racist language, and assaulted a friend of the family who was also on the scene. Again, in March 21st, 2021, two young Muslim women were walking in Princess Island Park in Calgary when one of the women who was wearing the hijab was targeted with racial slurs and physical assault. February 2021, a man at Century Park Transit Station aggressively approached a Black Muslim woman who was wearing a hijab and threatened to physically assault and kill her while she was waiting for a bus. In February of 2021, a man pushed a woman wearing a burqa to the ground and made threats to kill her as well. Again, in February 2021, a 90-year-old woman wearing a hijab was approached by an unknown man at the University of Alberta, here, transit center, who hurled racist remarks at her and became aggressive until the transit employee intervened. In December of 2020, a woman repeatedly tried to strike the head of a young Black Muslim woman who was wearing the hijab while yelling racist obscenities. In December 2020, two Black Muslim women who were wearing a hijab were assaulted at the South Gate. What's the trend here? That intersection of gender and religion, that intersection of race, gender, and religion. We're hearing a lot about Black Muslim women that look like me. I want to talk a little bit about our institutions as well, because I know that in September of this year, the newly appointed Human Rights Commissioner was asked to step down because of some allegations of Islamophobic comments he made in a book review in 2009. This year, we have heard about the ways in which also about how Indigenous communities experience the healthcare system in Alberta and how they're often dismissed by healthcare workers, discriminated against for being Indigenous, mistreated, leading to gross neglect and sometimes death, like the case recently that we've heard of the Big Stone Cree Nation woman who's alleging discrimination in a lawsuit after her newborn dies in a hospital here in Edmonton. What I have listed for you here are a series of individual incidents that for some may feel isolated or actions of one person. So one might argue that it would be inappropriate to characterize, or even irresponsible to characterize Canada or Alberta as oppressive or racist or any of the other terms that we'd like to use. Many of us have, equal amounts of example of how we are a welcoming society to marginalized communities, which is true. But I challenge us to think critically about this line of thinking, because what it does is that it removes us from thinking about the systemic ways that these incidents can exist within our society. I am concerned about the individual acts of discrimination. Perhaps it has an impact on how I see myself as safe on the bus, on a street, in a school, on a university campus. But I'm more interested in understanding how our systems and our social movements respond, or how our systems and our social movements uphold these individual acts of discrimination. We are having nationwide conversations about anti-racist education in schools. We are having conversations about policing and how it disproportionately targets Black, Brown, Indigenous bodies in our communities. We are having conversations about COVID-19 responses or lack thereof, and how marginalized communities have been disproportionately impacted. We are also having a nationwide reckoning about the treatment of Indigenous people in this country currently and historically. Yet still our institutions and those who have the power to govern and make decisions over our bodies are made up of the same dominant class. I wish I had put this presentation together before I thought about exactly what I wanted to say, and I wish I had put up a picture of all the premiers in this country. Because I think that is emblematic of what it is that we're dealing with. That sometimes, the picture that is the most recent one has some folks who appear to identify as women, or I would perceive to be as women. And so at least we're doing the bare minimum. We're offering some gender diversity there, but even still it doesn't come close. I think now we have one Indigenous person who is represented in the premier's group, but overwhelmingly, the leaders of this country still represent the dominant class. And I don't want us to play into identity politics, because I think it's dangerous. But I also think that it's important to think about the ways in which these are important markers. Who sits around those tables? Who gets allowed to make decisions? Who gets to influence decisions about our communities? Who gets to say what stories are important or not important? Who gets to say what is legitimate and not legitimate in terms of experiences? So what does it look like to disrupt power? I have this diagram up here. I don't think I made it. I found it in an old presentation. I don't think it's me because it's too brilliant, but I think it's a good example of kind of how I think we should look about the disruption of power. I think we often focus on that top part of the triangle, those individual acts of discrimination, that laundry list that I gave you today about things happening in Canada and here in Alberta. And I think that we often focus on those individual acts because they're the easiest to mobilize around. It's easy to say, oh yes, somebody was attacked and hurled a racial slur, somebody was attacked and hurled a homophobic slur, somebody was discriminated against because they're trans or disabled. It's really easy to galvanize and mobilize people around that. Those big, obvious moments of discrimination that make it difficult for anybody to refute systems of oppression is often what we hear about and see about and come together around. But I want us to consider how those individual acts of discrimination are emblematic of a system that was created to exclude those who are most marginalized. How the system itself may be failing us. We are feeling the weight of an underfunded healthcare system. In Ontario, there are teachers and students that are feeling the impact of a government that refuses to fund education. But for those of us who are working poor, racialized, disabled, queer, and trans, we are feeling the impact astronomically. We are all feeling the impact of an underfunded system. We are all feeling the impact of governments who are not putting people first. All of us are feeling that. But for those of us who are racialized, those of us who are queer, those of us who are disabled, those of us who are the intersection of any of those things, we are feeling it twofold, tenfold even. I want us to pause for a second and just stretch our thinking, because I've talked a lot about identity, and I want us to just stretch our thinking about identity. Because I think it's important to think about intersectionality, and even think about your own intersectionality, right? Because we're not just a single being or made up of one single part. I talked about my own ways how I carry privileges and marginalization. Yes, I'm Black. Yes, I'm a woman. Yes, I'm Muslim. Yes, I'm Latina. If we were playing oppression Olympics, I would win. But if we consider the other ways that I experience privilege, I speak English without an accent. I have Canadian citizenship. I can cross borders without a problem. I have a post-secondary education. I have access to change makers in a room. Those are the things that I have a nuclear family, 2 incomes in my home, right? And that also offers me a level of privilege. So I want us to think about how, what intersectionality looks like in our communities and our movements, what intersectionality looks like in the ways in which people are impacted. We heard a list of communities that have experienced hate in this province. Most of those people were Black, the ones that I listed, Black, Muslim, and women. They're experiencing discrimination threefold. But I also want us to consider the dimensions of diversity. This diagram is definitely not by me. It is by a group called Diverse Teams at Work. And they talk about the dimensions of diversity. And I bring this up especially because I'm in a room full of folks that are organizers, policy, help shift policy, academics, activists. And so I want us to think beyond just our identities, okay? So we often think about that internal dimension, our age, our class, our race, our ability, our sexual orientation. What we don't consider is the other ways that we have access to power and access to influence and access to privilege. What role do you play within your society? Where do you hold influence? What is your external dimension? Where do you live? Where do you work? What is your income? What is your educational background? What do you look like? What is your parental status? Are you a single parent? Are you coupled? And then I want you to think about your organizational diversity. Do you work in a labor union that maybe you have power there and privileges there around how the labor movement organizes in this province or in a workplace? Do you have access to decision makers on a regular basis? Do you work in an institution, an academy, a university? Are you a professor and developer of knowledge and giver of knowledge? How do all of those things intersect with the ways that you interact with the movement as a whole for justice? So what might it look like to disrupt power here in Alberta? What does racial justice and gender justice look like? And how do we construct and advocate for policy that disrupts the status quo? For me, it's about thinking deeply about who we are designing for and considering how we can leverage the tools and resources that we have to build power, to build popular movements that center the voices of those who have the most to lose if we don't disrupt the status quo. We have to give people the tools to understand that when we're talking about access to education, when we're talking about properly funding health care, when we're inviting them to have a say on what exactly that looks like. We're inviting them to share their stories and lived realities. We're considering language barriers and lack of time to volunteer and potential risks to engagement. I think a lot about the rhetoric around COVID-19 and work and social distancing in the city of Brampton. City of Brampton in the province of Ontario is not far from where I live. It's made up of a large South Asian community, many of which are factory workers. And the news cycle was all about how Brampton is bringing up our numbers. COVID is just rampant in Brampton. It was, people don't know how to social distance in that part of the city. They don't know how to do this and the other. with no recognition or understanding that actually what was happening is that these are factory workers who don't have the ability to not go to work. They don't have the ability to take a paid sick leave when they are actually feeling sick. They don't have the luxury of social distancing because they live in apartment complexes or lived in multifamily units in order to survive. We are talking about class that's intersecting with race here. We're not talking about people's just inability to understand the importance of social distancing or their inability to understand or their selfishness, which I think often it was presented as. So really thinking about how do we center those voices as movements. We call on our governments and our institutions to do that, to think about the most marginalized. But I don't know that often we're actually doing it ourselves. Finally, I want to invite us, on that note, to think about what power looks like for ourselves in our social movements, in this room. Who is within our leadership, who is within our movements, and who is not? Let me tell you, I have spent most of my adult life in this work, in activist spaces, working in labor movement, working in the student movement. I currently work in a school board in the Human Rights Office. And even in activist spaces, I am often the only person of color, often the only Black person, consistently the only Muslim, and I'm never read as Latina, so that's completely off the list. And I want us to consider how inadvertently we are creating movements that are replicating the power structures that we are fighting against. And what do we need to do to actually reflect upon ourselves, to think about how do we make these spaces where people of color, people with disabilities, people who are queer and trans see this as part of their movement. George Day has a really great quote that says, "Inclusion is not bringing people into what already exists. It's about making new spaces in the space for everyone." And I really think, what my challenge for you folks is to consider what does it mean to create a movement as we're fighting for social justice and change, and as we're challenging our governments to create opportunities for marginalized communities. What are we doing around our own tables to create opportunities for design for our marginalized communities? I think about the ways in which the right has a really good kind of rhetoric in making things simple, right? Get off the gravy train was Ward's whole quote in the GTA or in Ontario. So how do we create opportunities for people to see themselves in the movements that we are building? Ultimately, when we're talking about fair working conditions, when we're talking about a just society, when we're talking about free or affordable education, when we're talking about environmental degradation and reproductive justice, we are talking about those in our society who lives furthest on the margins. But unfortunately, they don't often see themselves reflected in these rooms. So what might we have to do to make that happen? How do we understand the needs that they have? How do we leverage the tools that we have as organizers to be able to challenge those institutions? How do we say, we have space, we have money, we have ears. What do you want to tell the powers that be? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jillian, if you don't mind. So we have a good amount of time, so we'll open it up now to questions, comments, and maybe if you want to hang out here, then I think we have some help with microphones going around, so wonderful, thank you. I saw a hand over there.
Just a hand over here.
Going with the inclusion aspect, I know that you say that you'd like to see more representation of an intersection of people here, more diversity. What do you have to say for people who have a cognitive disability or mental health concerns that prevent them from coming to a forum like this? How can they be included? How can we make a better space for them?
I think that's the question. I think often we put the onus on people who experience marginalization to think about how they can make or become participants in any kind of organizing, instead of putting the onus on us as organizers to consider what might be the reasons that people who have disabilities not being able to come here. How are we setting things up in a way that we're not considering a diversity of need when it comes to disability and mental health? I think often, when we're thinking about designing space and organizing spaces and programming, the question that we have to think about is, how do we as institutions actually create spaces for people, not the other way around. We often think, okay, well, there are no people with disabilities here. There's nobody who is deaf here, so we're not going to provide the kind of things that they need. But have we even made the attempt to make it apparent that this is a space that we want them to be involved in? Right? And so I think that the question is about how are we designing spaces in a way that really sends a signal that those folks are welcome here. I think, there's just to extend on that, I think in activist culture, there's a burnout culture that makes it difficult for those who have various disabilities to participate fully, that we don't account for. We don't account for people's cognitive abilities, mental health challenges when we're creating those types of spaces, because we're just in a work mode. So really thinking about and creating spaces for that is an important part of that conversation.
Hi there. I really appreciate your talk. So much of it just resonated so well. And even in your talk, you're talking about how do we make it more inviting for people. I mean, a lot of it has to do even with the context and our languages that we use. I mean, even just the racism discourse is largely a false discourse. We should be talking about colonialism.
Right.
Right? And then also, I have a problem with the term hate crimes. It's not hate. It's love and fear and privilege, fear of losing the privilege and the status that people hold in society. Hate has nothing to do with these crimes, but using the term hate crimes, it elevates anxiety, it elevates our angers, and it elevates the same with the racism discourse, right? Let's talk in terms of truth, as colonialism, right? And with the hate crimes, it's privilege. Basically, it's the love of privilege. That's what it is. Has nothing to do with hate. We got to explore these. And then the reasons why Indigenous people wouldn't come to conferences like this, because it's all in Canadian context. We're talking about Canadian democracy and all of this. I mean, where's the Indigenous inclusivity, right? About who's the real sovereigns of this land. Those are the kinds of things. But I really do appreciate your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we do have a lot to learn from each other and a lot of work to do. And I think that you're right. To some extent, there is a conversation we have to have about the type of language you're using and the ways in which often it alienates communities. And so, how are we accounting for Indigenous ways of knowing and being? How are we accounting for language barriers that might exist? How are we accounting for mental health challenges? And really thinking about how do we remove this from being an academic conversation, one that is inaccessible to people who day in and day out are living the realities of environmental degradation, are living the realities of poverty, are dealing the realities of racism. I know you don't like the word hate, but the realities of hate, or the realities of people who are in fear of losing the power and privilege that they have become so accustomed to. So how do we create a conversation and a narrative that really accounts for the ways in which our communities are experiencing these things? Where it's great to come together and have these candid conversations about the realities that we're having in our communities. But how do we talk about it in a way that doesn't make somebody feel like they have to have all of the words, the perfect way to talk about it, the perfect way to be and engage in order to be an ally and in order to be part of the conversation as well? Thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments? Up there.
Hi, I belong to a union and I work in healthcare. And I have heard some of this before, and it's fantastic stuff. We need to hear it over and over and over again. But the next question is, how do we do it? What do we do? What are the next steps, right? How do we get into solidarity, get together and make this an election issue as well, right?
Yeah.
Put it in the forefront. I mean, it's good to hear about, but we need to, the next step is get together and then take action, right?
I think that particularly for those of you who are involved in labor unions, you have access to resources and you have access to leaders, you have access to decision makers in ways that many of the communities that are mobilizing on a micro level don't. So how are you, almost giving up your own power and leveraging the things that you have in order to create space for those communities to say, hey, this is how we want to organize. But in order for us to do it effectively, in order for us to get around those tables, we need to be able to access your resources, access the training that you have, access the conversations about how you come together and speak on particular issues. I think for many communities, the idea, especially coming from an immigrant community, for example, the idea of standing up to power, the idea of standing up to government is very intimidating, especially when you have language barriers, when you might come from your own trauma about what it means to stand up to government agencies, stand up to politicians, when the politicians don't look like you, and you have a history of not being listened to. So how do you, as organizers, really provide the confidence for people who you see have the potential within your ranks, within your movement, within your membership, that have ideas, that have voice, that have stories to tell? How do you elevate those stories? I think sometimes we play it safe with who we provide the tools to take up leadership positions within our organizations. How do you take a chance on somebody that you just see a glimmer of leadership potential in? I remember for myself, even how I got involved in all of this was I was in my second year of university. There was a student union election, and somebody asked me, hey, do you want to be a part of our team? Being able to be a part of a team gave me the confidence that I did not have. I was the first person in my entire family to attend university. I didn't have the language to speak about the things that I was experiencing, to speak about my poverty, to speak about my marginalization. But the things that this group was talking about, free education, anti-racism in the classroom, they were talking about the lack of health and lack of resources for university students. Those were things that I was living day in and day out. I was working 3 jobs just to be able to go to university. I was coming from a family that my stepfather actually sat me down and said, hey, congratulations that you got into university, but we can't pay for it. So if you're gonna go, you're gonna go into debt. That's just the reality. That was his frank truth. And to go onto a campus and have people who had experience and knowledge about how to talk about the things that were impacting me, and who saw somebody who had an interest in doing activism take me under their wing, is the reason that I was able to move on and able to engage with communities in the way that I have been able to. So I think really it's about seeing the union as a tool, which many of us do see it as a tool. But how do we ensure that different communities see it as a tool that they can use as well? It's a tool that they are able to be seen in, that they are able to leverage, that they are able to learn from, that they are able to mobilize around and with. Are there any other comments or questions? Yeah.
So in Alberta, just as a follow-up,
Yeah.
are there organizations that we can send people who are marginalized to join, to tell their story, so that they can, collectively win the fight to be more recognized?
But why can't the union be that? Why can't these organizations be that? Why can't the organizations that exist in this room be that? Right? Why can't we begin to, do an analysis of who exists in this province, who is already doing work? How do we bring everybody together to share with one another, to learn from one another, to collect our not only our people power, but our resources and our ability to do this work? I think that often it's not about being able to say, hey, you're Black and Muslim, and so there's an organization over there that maybe you can go and join. But it's no, as a union, this is our fight too. We are interested in this too. And so how do we leverage the tools that we have, the resources that we have, to ensure that the issues that you're bringing to the table are at the center? I saw a question over here. I hand over here. Okay. Yes. Power to you too. Yeah.
You used the term co-conspirator.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you could speak more about that and what that means.
Yeah, for me, it is about, when you conspire together. I think we're used to using the term allyship, and for me, that is a pretty passive word. It's about saying, yes, I support you and I am with you. But when you're a co-conspirator, it means that you're creating and coming together and creating a movement together. And that's what I'm talking about. I see and I know that there's a lot of folks in this room that are members of organizations, that are members of labor unions, that are members of this institution, that are members of mobilization, that have the tools to be able to shift. We have the people to do this. We have the people in this province, in this country, that are on the same page, that are experiencing poverty, that are experiencing the lack of adequate healthcare, that are experiencing the underfunding in education, that are feeling it every day, that are teachers and nurses, and that are the working poor. And what we need is to be able to come together and design our movement together. Not come together and say, hey, I'm your ally, I will sign your petition. No, I will take those petitions into my community and talk to my family members and sit across the table with the difficult uncle, and I will speak to my members, and I will do this with you. I won't just do the passive sign. I won't do the passive thing of posting something on social media. That's what an ally does. A co-conspirator creates with you, conspires with you, is on the front line with you, is there to take risk with you. Because remember, as marginalized people, to do this work is risky. For many of us, just being able to show up to a meeting and volunteer our time is impossible, right? If you come from an impoverished class background, if you come with a disability, if you come from, if you're a woman with many children that you have to take care of, if you are working 2 or 3 jobs, if you're racialized, you know how doing this work sometimes feels impossible, but necessary. And so how do you do it together? How do you share the risk? And that's part of co-conspirator, is sharing the risk, sharing the work, sharing what will come after the good and the bad. How often do I see individuals that look like me take on the risk by themselves? I know that if I speak up about this bad working condition, the lack of job security, the ways in which racism is existing in my child's classroom, that I will be labeled in a particular way. I know that I'm already labeled in a particular way, and now doing this will absolutely ostracize me from this community, will make it so I lose my job, will make it so I lose my, perhaps my child will face repercussions in the classroom. Perhaps I won't get the kind of health, even I wasn't getting the great healthcare system before, it'll be even worse because I've spoken up. So how do we use each other to create a buffer in order for people to be able to take those risks together? Yeah.
You can probably hear me from here,
Yeah.
just for the people
everybody
at
else.
the back. First of all, I just think this is all like really, really powerful. So I just want to thank you so much for bringing this into our space today and starting these conversations. And I guess one of my questions, I've got my daughter sitting next to me listening to this as well. And what I'm seeing with her generation is a kind of like openness and fluidity with how they perceive themselves, with these aspects of their identities, and with their willingness to move between spaces and to be really energized and like wanting to be agents of change. And how do we, as someone approaching the other side of that, like how do we bring young people and their energy and their perspectives on moving outside of some of these discourses? How do we bring them in, right? We don't have like young people in the union, right? Or like, how do we bring them into those spaces and bring that energy with them?
I mean, I think that we can have young people in the union. I think that often we put too many limitations about who and how people can be a part of this. we have to be the perfect activists. We have to have the perfect language. We have to have the ability to fully understand and unpack and have that academic language to discuss what it is that we're truly talking about, right? But when our children are talking about the class sizes are too big and I can't focus, when they're talking about my mental health challenges or my exceptionality in the classroom is not being paid attention to, or they're talking about my gender identity is not exactly as we've perceived it to be in the past, and gender is fluid now. Like, those are things that we can embrace and encourage them to talk about, but create also spaces. They are workers too, right? Young people have part-time jobs. Young people are in workplaces and they understand. They also live in families where they are supporting mom or mom alone or dad alone, and watching their parents struggle, watching their parents work those 2-3 jobs in order to make ends meet. They're not isolated from those realities. They might have a different way of talking about it, a different way of communicating about it, but I think that we need to figure out ways to embrace that. Think about the ways in which social media has transformed how we talk about issues. Who gets to talk about issues? And many of us, including myself, don't know a thing about how to engage in social media, but our young people do, right? So on one hand, I don't think we should assume or assign that task to our young people, because I think that they have many talents. But I think it's also about creating the space to ask, we know that you experience these issues intimately. We know that you understand poverty. We know that you understand underfunding. We know that you understand racism. How would you talk about it? How do we bring your friends on board? How could you help us bring you into the movement? And I think that we often assume people's limitations. We often assume how people can help us instead of just saying, we need your help. You have a community that we have not been able to reach. Tell us how we do that. And I think we could do that with young people. We could do that with people who come from marginalized identities. We could do that with immigrant communities, really just asking how. How do we use the tools and the resources and the money and the space that we have to ensure that you see yourself reflected here? Yeah. I like the QA way better.
I was trying to wait for someone else to put their hand up, but thank you so much. This has been an amazing conversation, and there's a lot more snow in Toronto than Alberta right now, just so we're...
Tell me about it.
Maybe.
I came in and I was like, why is this place so dry? Like, my lips immediately chapped as I landed in Toronto.
My name is Mike. I have the privilege of being the president of our union, Health Sciences, and one of the pieces that I hear very clearly from you, and I'm reading over and over again your script above your head on the wall.
Yep.
About that space. And when you had the privilege circle up there and pick your spots, I'm pretty lucky. And the one piece that I think about is becoming very comfortable with the uncomfortableness of where I sit in my role as a leader. But what I have is the ability to kick the damn door open to allow others to walk through, and sometimes I forget.
Yeah.
And it is only through these conversations, hearing you and all of the folks in this room as change makers, that remind me that there's more to do. There always is more to do. So I don't, I thought there was a question here somewhere, but I just, to say thank you.
No problem, thank you. I want to say this, I think that it's important, it's an important process to continuously revisit where you have privilege and where you have influence. To wake up every day and consider those things, I think it's an important process. But I also don't want us to get caught up in that guilt. Oh, woe is you, you live in a society that sees you as it. That you walk into a room and nobody questions the reasons that you're there or whether you should be there. I walk into a room and sometimes I get, a question, but then I talk and people are like, oh yeah, conversation's over. If I had an accent, probably a different situation. If I didn't have a university degree and an MA behind my name, likely a different situation, right? And so the question for me is exactly what you said. What do I do to leverage the privileges that I do have, right? And that's where that question about resources, that's where that question about space, that's where that question about access comes in for me. Because we all have influence in this room, some kind of level of influence, right? And maybe it doesn't feel as gross as, the president of I mean gross by grand as the president of a labor union, not great, not gross like nasty, but gross like grand. But you do have influence somewhere. You have influence in your child's school. You have influence in a religious community. You have influence in with your neighbors. You have influence with your family. So how do you leverage those that privilege in order to create a society that is more just and create a space where people feel like they too can have a say in how we shape this? But thank you for that.
Question. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's excellent. I'm involved in a union, but another activity I'm involved in is a seniors association. And the seniors association has developed a relationship with Norquest College. And every month or two, a group of seniors go and talk to a number of people who are going to Norquest College. And many of them are aspiring to be in the kind of professions that Mike is president of the union of. You know, they're health professionals, health providers. And it's just a conversation, and we basically talk about their experiences coming to Canada and some of the challenges they face, and then they ask questions of us as seniors about our perspectives. And I just wanted to comment on that, but I would also want to say, okay, we're doing this again in the next couple of weeks. We're going twice to Norquest to talk to people. And I was just going to ask you, what do you see as some questions that we could be asking as seniors that would provide the best benefit to these prospective or new immigrants that are coming in and developing their skills and moving into the workforce in Canada?
I think that there's just a lot that you can learn from each other. If I could just parking lot that question for a moment, because I have another thought that I don't want to forget, is that the assumptions that we make about the perspectives that people will have based on their identity. I learned this the hard way recently, not too long ago. I come from a mosque community that is mostly South Asian. I experienced a lot of anti-Black racism in that community. After the murder of George Floyd, that mosque community wanted to talk about anti-Black racism, and they called me. And the first group that called me was a group of, it's a very gendered community, so they had the seniors ladies and the seniors men. So the seniors male group invited me to do a talk on anti-Black racism and the Muslim experience by Black Muslims in the community. I was terrified because I had an assumption that this was an old school community, the uncles and the fathers and the grandpas of the people who I experienced racism from in that community, that there was no way that they were movable, that there was no way that this would be a productive conversation, that there was no way that they could learn anything from me or that I could learn anything from them. And boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. Did they have the perfect language? No. Did they know how to talk? Could they understand half of the jargon that I said? No. And what sticks with me is one uncle who said, I just don't want to embarrass my grandkids. I know that I come from a time where we weren't talking about this stuff the way that we're talking about it now. But I also know that I have grandchildren. I know that I was embraced into a society that wasn't perfect, but was challenging itself around its racism. I've experienced racism. I've experienced these things. I've experienced marginalization. And I just want to be able to talk to my grandchildren about what it is that they're experiencing. And so I think, part of this work is also not taking, I think that my husband, when we were recording, so a personal story is this. My spouse and I do not always see the world in the same way politically. Okay, I'll say it that way, it's kind. Right? If you talk to him, he'll be like, I'm a libertarian. I'm like, no, you're not, don't be an asshole. But that's what he'll say. So we do not see the world, like I'm a social science brain, everything is in the gray. He's an engineering, everything is black and white, right? 1 + 1 = 2, that's it. When he started to kind of engage with the work that I was doing, and one of the questions he asked me was like, Jillery, do you only want to talk to each other? That statement has never left me and has made me better at this work. Do we only want to talk to each other? Do you want to continue to make assumptions about who other people are, what their capacity is to engage in this conversation, what we have to learn from each other, where their biases come from? Or do we want to create spaces where people can be open, honest, respectful, held accountable for problematic statements, but grow? Somebody at some point has checked me on a number of different issues, has had the grace to say you're wrong, but I will sit down with you and have this conversation. That's who we need to be. We need to stop making assumptions about people's capacity to be better, to create just societies with us. They might not have the language. They might not have the skills. They might not have the money. They might not have the resources, but we do. So how do we use that? It doesn't answer your question, but I think, I think really thinking about your experiences as people who have gone through the system as workers and offering them some mentorship, some sponsorship even. And what I mean, the difference between mentorship and sponsorship for me is, how can you advocate for this person in the field? How can you say, hey, I know this person who you might be able to work with, let me put you in contact. Let me, really bridging those communities together. But I think throughout my life I've had lots of experiences where I have a lot of conviction in what I believe, the kind of world that I want to build, the kind of world that we want to be. Sometimes I meet people in my life that don't share that vision or share a part of that vision but not totally. And I think that it's important that we don't completely kind of discard that. I think about that a lot. I know that there's a conversation about the Freedom Convoy later, and some of the people that were at those protests, and I'm thinking, what are you doing? Do you know who's there? But are we going to just write those people off because they have some misguided understanding or because something about what was being said spoke to their reality? Or are we going to find ways to speak to their reality in our way, in a way that's just, in a way that brings them to our side? And I think we really need to be thinking about that. Being in Panama has taught me a lot about this. Like I said, my class background has changed. So I'm sending my kids to a private school because that's what you do. And all of the moms are white Latinas. All of them are white Latinas. And I look like me, and I'm terrified. Because how the heck are they going to receive me, even though I speak Spanish fluently like them, even though I have Panamanian citizenship and have my ID card, how will they receive me? And then my daughter gets bullied. And all of those moms mobilize around my daughter in a way that I have never experienced in my life. And I get emotional about it because I think, wow, I went in there thinking because they are rich white women from Latin America, they will not know how to relate to me. That's not to let people who experience privilege off the hook, but I think that we have to think about how does it go both ways? How do we, as those who have privileges and power, extend our relationships beyond what we know and what we're comfortable for? And how do those of us who experience marginalization have the faith that communities that don't experience what it is that I'm experiencing have the ability and potential to support and be my co-conspirator? It goes both ways. Like 10 minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, we have till
First
2:50.
of all, I would like to thank you for your presentation. I am learning a lot. My question is, you mentioned about we have to be a perfect activist
Yes.
to build a better society. How are we going to do that? Because we are all human, we are imperfect.
Yeah, I said I think that the perception is that we have to be a perfect activist. And that is our problem, that we have to come with the right language, the right tools, the right aesthetic to be able to engage in this work. I don't think that we should be asking for perfection from everybody. I think we should be asking for humility. I think we should be asking for open hearts, open minds. I think that we should be asking for the ability to shift. I don't think that we should be asking each other for perfection, and I think that sometimes that's what we do. We ask for perfection. I don't want to be misunderstood, though. I don't think that this not asking for perfection means that we don't hold people accountable for ideas and actions that are harmful. We absolutely have to do that. If we are embracing this movement with love, part of that is accountability. Part of that is saying the way that we've been doing things is transphobic. The way that we've been doing things is homophobic or ableist. The way that we've been doing things is racist. We have to be able to hear that and receive that when we are the architects of a movement that has done things in a particular way that's harmful. We have to be able to say it to our allies and have faith that people will take that on with some humility. But I don't think that we need the perfect activists. I think we need diversity in activists, diversity in tactics, humility in activists, and the ability to move. Thank you for that. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, over here.
I think one of the ways that will help bring us together are safe spaces.
Yeah.
In the community, where we get to know one another and we talk with one another. I was privileged in the last years of my profession to work in home care.
Yeah.
And so many of my patients were Muslim families. And they taught me so much because I was able to speak with them and care for their loved one. And it's a space and a bridge, as you say, that we need to cross over. The Al Rashid Mosque in Edmonton has been wonderful in terms of outreach to the community. And they open their doors to us, and they often have educational seminars, interdenominational seminars. I remember going to the Al Rashid Mosque, and they had a talk on the role of women. And I had this perception going through my head, well, what are they going to add to the conversation about the role of women? Well, I was blown away. And you go into this mosque for these educational sessions, and they have a huge smorgasbord of beautiful food. Honest to God, they are such beautiful hosts, and they welcome you in through the doors. They put a plate in your hand, and all this beautiful food goes from one wall to the next. And you're just shaking your head. I mean, it's just the most beautiful experience. So I just encourage any of you to take advantage of those situations where there is a mixing and mingling, like the Heritage Festival, for instance. I would just encourage you to get yourself out there, reach out to each other and cultures, and get to know one another.
I would want to push you a little bit on that, in that I think it's important to have safe spaces, but I think it's more important to have brave spaces. And what I mean by a brave space is that people are brave enough to be called out and to say something and have somebody in that community to say, I know you meant well, but you really missed the mark. And that your reaction isn't, but I'm a good person and my friends are great and I've been to this place and this, that, and the, no. That your reaction is the human one of saying, shoot, I really messed up and I don't know how to process this, but I'm going to just process it and come back and think about how to be better next time, right? So I think safe spaces are important, but I think brave spaces are more important, because what we need is for people to be brave enough to say, I'm probably wrong on most things, and I probably have a lot to learn. The other piece of that, I think it's beautiful that we've begun to identify some communities that we can be interacting with as a movement. Now, let's also think about who are the leaders in that community that we can say, hey, I want to do a campaign on the impact of X on your community. Is there anybody here that can come around this table and help us think about this? Is there a way that we can compensate people for their time and expertise? Is there a way that we can host it in your community and ensure that there's food there that we pay for? I talk a lot about money, because the reality is that communities that are not organizing in the way that we could is because we lack the resources to do so. So I'm just going to be frank. We need the money to do it. We need the money to make things, to operate in a capitalist system and fight for what it is that we need to fight for. And so, yes, visit those communities that you're scared of. Visit them. Acknowledge that you're scared of them. Acknowledge that it's problematic that you're scared of them, but visit them. And then identify the community leaders in those communities that you can say, here's the mic. Tell us what to do. Here's a check. Tell us how to use it. These are the parameters of what we're able to do. Tell us how, because we have failed. We have not been doing it well. So thank you for that. And the Al Rashid Mosque, great people.
Thank you so much, Hillary, for that. I think it's so profound and important that your work and this presentation really included the concept that communities are capable and more than able to do this work for themselves. And it's not about, when we're in positions of power, it's not about us stepping in and rescuing and saving. People are equipped to do this work for themselves, and sometimes we just need to ask what kind of support they need. So thank you for that. Just want to make a quick announcement that we will have a break until 2:30. The next sessions, Growing Misogyny and Feminist Responses, and Convoys, Policing, and Community Wellbeing will start at 2:30. And if you are tweeting about the conference, please use the hashtag ParklandConf, C-O-N-F. Once again, I just want to say a huge thank you to Hillary for being here and for that amazing, I can do something as a presentation. Thanks.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? He's pointing to me up there. He's saying I don't have to. No, it's okay. Hang on. I've got him. He's always doing the audio. You think by now I would. No. Oh, you did it. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We're going to start momentarily here. If you just take your seats, please. Thank you. Hello, everybody. And welcome to those of you who are here in the room in person, in the flesh, and also to those of you who are watching online. My name is Pat Parody. I'm the recently retired Executive Director of the Centre for Constitutional Studies here in the faculty, at the University of Alberta, and I'm also a board director on the Parkland board. So I feel very honored and pleased to have been asked to present Riley Esno's talk today. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting and exciting talk. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time introducing her, but I will say that her talk, Beyond Recognition Towards Liberated Futures, is one that I know I'm very anxious to hear about. So just to let you know, we're scheduled to go until 5:15. Riley's going to speak for roughly 30 minutes or so, so we'll have a good amount of time for questions for those of you who would like to ask them. And I'm sorry that those of you who are online are not going to be able to do that. So in terms of introducing Riley, she is a queer Anishinaabe scholar, writer, and advocate from the Ibonmitung First Nation. A lot of vowels. Thank you. She's been a contributor and commentator for some of the largest media outlets in Canada and the world, including the New York Times, BBC World News, the Globe and Mail, and CBC National News. Riley has also traveled the globe speaking at internationally renowned institutions and events, including the UN climate negotiations, the Stockholm Forum on Gender Equality, TEDx stages, and many others. Her major project right now is to finish her PhD at the University of Toronto, where she studies Indigenous Canadian politics and is a Vanier Scholar. Her love and gratitude for her communities, passion for radical ideas, and the call she feels to challenge systems is what inspires her work. So without further ado, Riley.
Thank you, miigwech. Hello, folks. I feel like I have simultaneously the best and worst placement to go at because I'm standing between everybody and social hour, and so it's good because it'll be like the last thing in your brains before you all go get to digest, and then also I'm gonna have to try really hard, I think, to maybe keep everyone going with me here. So I hope the energy translates. I figure I'll introduce myself to you first, lay my cards on the table so you have a sense of what you're going to expect here. In terms of positionality, I come from Abmatung First Nation, which, if you know Ontario geography at all, if you know where Thunder Bay is, go about 400 kilometers north and you're in Abmatung territory. So it's a reserve. It's the community in Canada with the second longest boil water advisory in the country. It's a community of about 1,000-ish people that live on reserve. Grew up mostly in Thunder Bay and now I'm in Toronto. So I'm a girl of the Great Lakes through and through. And so that'll tell you a little bit about who I'm accountable to, where my knowledge largely comes from. And I also consider myself a bit, or I've been told, and I've now taken it to be part of my identity, a bit of a troublemaker. So when I was 16 years old, I was appointed to the Prime Minister's Youth Council to work with Justin Trudeau. And at the time, I had been like really sold on this idea that like elected politics was the change-making vehicle. That's where everything happens. You just got to get a seat at the table and then you can make changes. And then I got there and it like all crashed and burned around me. It was, you know, I realized what a romantic vision of change making that was. And I felt, you know, especially as a young Indigenous woman in that room, so often not listened to, so often taken for granted, all of these things. And so I became like a bit of like what I now consider a recovering anarchist, where I was like, okay, I guess then no change is possible, blah, 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 this is terrible. And then it was Indigenous people, and specifically youth and elders and community organizers who like picked me up by the collar of my shirt, dusted me off, and like put me back out there and said, no, change is possible, if not in the way that you thought it was. That there are people who are doing this work and who have been doing this work, and there's organizing knowledge for you to inherit, and it's your job to take it up, that is your birthright. And so they really redeemed me, I felt, and put me on this path of this, you know, radical sort of change making. And so that kind of gives me the basis of what you're going to see in here, which is not solutions from the state. It's not going to be about how we just need to elect more Indigenous people into Parliament, and then there we go, we've done, well, reconciliation thereafter will follow. It's going to cause you to maybe think in a little bit more of a transformative way, a more challenging way than I think we're often asked to. So, beyond recognition or reconciliation and towards liberation. I think they're different things. And this is a picture I took actually outside of, on U of T campus. Someone spray painted this on the sidewalk and said, colonialism does not spark joy. And I said, no, it does not. And so I thought that was a great image to use. So, first, what is reconciliation? And you're gonna have to forgive me. I might have to take this off. Is that okay, sound people, just so I can see? I'm looking for the head nod. Okay, cool. So, since 2015, reconciliation has been the dominant word and term we've used to talk about our future goals for Indigenous affairs, right? Followed the TRC, which followed the 2006 class action for IRS, and it's been kind of everywhere ever since and only growing in popularity. Now, when I ask people to define what reconciliation actually means, that's where I see, especially for non-Indigenous folks, like this, and they can't actually paint me a picture of what that means to them, right? It's kind of an ambiguous word, and I think it's done purposefully so that you're supposed to be able to project a whole bunch of different meanings onto it. And that's something that I'm going to argue works really well in both positive and negative ways. But so my sense is that there's not really a consensus on what reconciliation actually is, if you had to paint a picture of it, what it would look like. And the data somewhat agrees with me. So this is from the Canadian Reconciliation Barometer that's done out of, it's either you Winnipeg or you Manitoba, and I apologize to whichever one it is that I don't know. But this is from their infographic from 2021 that was trying to get a sense of what are the perceptions of reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, right? And so they do it in a whole bunch of factors. I note that it excludes the territories from their analysis, so those aren't included in this data. But you can see, like, percentage who say residential schools harmed Indigenous people, a 20% plus gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. That people in Canada understand and acknowledge past and current harms caused by residential schools, but that there is this huge gap between non-Indigenous and Indigenous people across all of the points. And that they know Indigenous people, Canadians know Indigenous people face inequality, but they disagree about how deep that inequality is, right? So not only do they not have a sense necessarily of what reconciliation is, but they don't even have a same sense necessarily of what it is they're trying to fix or how urgent it needs to be fixed, right? Which is worrisome when we're trying to get collective action together to do something. And the disparity, I note, this is across Canada, these stats, but the disparity grows between region and income levels. And so you'll find that as your income levels increase, that respondents think that the inequality is less bad. And also that particularly, I don't know if this will surprise folks in the room, but the largest disparities across all the points are in the prairies between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Yeah. Down. Are we able to turn the mic volume down just a bit? Test. Oh, I put it right close to my mouth, so that probably didn't help. How about that? Good? Cool. Okay. So, this is how the general public thinks about reconciliation, kind of at a glance, at 3,000 feet. But what did the TRC say, right, as like the benchmark document for reconciliation? I did a textual analysis to try and see what survivors, in their own words, what the commissioners, in their expertise, they articulated reconciliation as being. So I put the most important parts there in red. So the TRC came to define reconciliation as a process meant to establish and maintain mutually respectful relationships. The requisites for that, to meet that objective, were accountability for the harm, atonement for causes, action to change behavior. And then there were principles to guide those things that needed to happen: political will, joint leadership, trust building, accountability and transparency, as well as a substantial investment of resources. And so what I want to emphasize with those articulations, right, is it's very material. There's a level of, I feel like, urgency and actionability in all of those words. So that's a TRC. But then I asked myself, okay, what did the government actually want the TRC to do? And so then I went and found Stephen Harper's mandate letter to the TRC of what they wanted the TRC to produce. And so this is what Stephen Harper's government said they wanted from the TRC. They wanted something to acknowledge residential schools. They wanted to promote awareness and public education. They wanted to support commemoration. And I think very starkly, you know, where the TRC ultimately produced 94 calls to action, they wanted recommendations. And so some people might squabble with me and say, you know, like, this language is you know, just language or just words on a page, but I think that they convey a deeper symbolic meaning, right? Where if you read between the lines of what survivors said, they said, this is urgent. We need material investments. We need huge amounts of will and collaboration. And the government said, we're okay with something a little bit more fluffy. We're okay with symbolism. We're okay with acknowledging, but that doesn't mean doing necessarily, right? I think we were meant to assume that that would come with the acknowledgement. And so another person who might pick an argument with me might say that, you know, it doesn't matter if that's what Stephen Harper's government said, so long as what we actually did following the TRC matches what survivors wanted, right? Like, the government might have had a vision, but that doesn't mean that that's ultimately what happened. So what does Canada look like in 2022? I went and I asked a bunch of, this is a very informal study, that somebody, so don't come for my methods necessarily. I went to the lobby of U of T's Sidney Smith Hall, and if folks know U of T at all, and U of T campus, it's a huge, diverse campus. Sidney Smith is like the main arts and science building. And I asked a whole bunch of people that walked through if they would tell me what they thought, I said Indigenous affairs in Canada in 2022, what did they think of? And they said, every child matters. They said they see them on Facebook, on people's, you know, profile picture banners. They said land acknowledgements, and then it would either prompt about how they had no idea about Indigenous land, often if they were international students, or they said that they thought that they were meaningless and then they were just, they've been useless things. So, you know, a little bit of a debate there on land acknowledgements. They talked about the unmarked graves and how the flag debate was half-mast. Somebody brought up, and I was so glad they did, I thought I was the only one that was annoyed by it, when the prime ministerial debates were going on at the last election, and they had a whole section of the debates on reconciliation, and like it suddenly turned into like, when should we put the flag down from half-mast, and when should we keep it up? And that was like the policy discussion around reconciliation was this flag. People said that they've read some books by Indigenous authors that they really like, and people said that they were impressed that we've elected more Indigenous representatives to Parliament. A lot of people also had like nothing to say. Some people had more than others, but these are just the big things that I also see too. And so what I note about those things is that, you know, I don't point them out to say that any of those things are bad, right, obviously. That having critical conversations about land acknowledgement is good things. Talking about symbolism, reading more books, these are all good things. But I also, as I mentioned off the top, am an Indigenous person that comes from the longest boil water advisory in the country. What do these things necessarily do for me, right, on the day-to-day and day out? Not much. And it doesn't for many other Indigenous people. So maybe we have actually reached Stephen Harper's goals of promoting commemoration and awareness and education, but how has that materially transformed for Indigenous people? So let's look at more things. The main critique Indigenous people have had of reconciliation, I find, are twofold. So one is that inaction has defined the reconciliation process to date, right? So this is from the Yellowhead Institute, which if folks don't know them, I highly encourage you to look them up. They're a public policy think tank out of Toronto Metropolitan, formerly Ryerson University. And so they make these updates on accountability to the calls to action. And so you'll see here that I believe it's 11 calls to action of the 94 have been completed. At this rate of completion, it's not set to be done until like 2084 or something like that, when all of the survivors of the residential school system will very, very likely have passed. And then if you get even deeper, also in 2021 was the most action we've seen on the TRC call to date, 3 of them in 1 year, and they were all around unmarked graves. The thing that was which is a good thing, fulfill a TRC check, good, but that why did it take that mass uncovering for them to get any sort of investment in action? You know, they were in the TRC, those calls to action, since 2015. They called for the money in 2015, and it took a mass public response for them to actually start mobilizing, right, the government. And then also when we look at what are called the legacy calls within the calls to action, so those are supposed to be like huge, massive, more substantial changes than, national holidays per se. Only 3 of those have been completed. One of them, the MMIWG inquiry, which was a huge, truth-telling process. But also has had 0 of the 231 calls that they produced now implemented, right? So we're seeing a lot of commissions and reports and symbolism again, and not much of substance. And also contradictions. So, in 2015, Justin Trudeau very now infamously said, the most important relationship to me is the one with Indigenous people, right? And Indigenous people have never forgotten that, because we turn and look at our surroundings and look at the politics that have evolved since that day and said, we're your most important relationship? Because we saw here, this is a still from the Wet'suwet'en pipeline protest that happened, and we saw elders and land defenders removed forcibly and violently by the RCMP. We saw 1492 Land Back Lane, where condo developers and big business encroached on Indigenous territory and resulted again in destruction and violence. This is a portrait of Joyce Echaquan, who folks might remember live streamed her death in a hospital in Quebec because of the mistreatment of the healthcare system and the racism in the healthcare system. And so we said, we're living in the day and age of reconciliation. We're your most important relationship. And at a certain point, Indigenous people got really fed up, right? So there's this profound disconnect, and what do we do about it? And Indigenous people, what they started to say was, reconciliation is dead. And folks might have heard that in 2020 around Wet'suwet'en is when I think it really started to propel. And there's been not a lot, I think, of governmental sort of take-up of that, right, of that critique, which I would think if I was in a position of leadership and the people who my whole policy agenda was geared towards says, this isn't working for me anymore, it's dead, that I would have to sit and say, whoa, okay, like we have to sit and talk and think about this and think about what our approach needs to be doing instead. That has not happened. Instead, billions and tens of billions of dollars earmarked for reconciliation continue to be put in every budget. I think for any, politically science-minded folks out there, I think I really want someone to make this like path-dependent argument too, and cost-benefit sort of argument where we've created a bit of a reconciliation economy as well, right? Like people's entire, salaries in some cases are paid on the basis of reconciliation dollars. So even though reconciliation might be failing us, it seems to cost a lot for the government to now deviate from this path that they've committed to. And so that I think is a big problem. So reconciliation and recognition. Maybe the boldest argument I'm going to make here for you is not just that things are bad, but that they were always intended to be this bad, is kind of what I'm getting at. So the Yellowhead Institute said, hard work on the symbols, avoiding the substance. They basically are summarizing the argument I've given to you here. And I want to turn it a bit to political theory of Fanon and Glenn Coulthard. Glenn Coulthard is a Dene political theorist who I think everybody should read, and it's a little bit dense, but it's very good. And so Fanon and Coulthard similarly argue that the terms of recognition, reconciliation, we recognize there's been some wrongdoing, are often determined by the hegemonic group, Canada, the government of Canada, and their interests, and then the oppressed group, Indigenous people, deceived into thinking they're being offered a pathway to liberation, come to depend on these effective attachments, so those actions taken in the name of reconciliation. And I've come to really believe this because for Indigenous young people, especially like myself, who were so actually happy to see reconciliation is dead take off because we were like, finally, that speaks to this feeling that we've had that what is supposed to be for us isn't actually working, that this is not serving us. We got told we were disrespecting survivors. We got told that we were just angry, didn't want a better future. We were just going to kind of spit on the work of others instead of seeing dissent and criticism as an important part of being alive, right? Of a community that's thinking critically every day about their conditions and about their future. This is to say anti-colonial scholars would make the argument that the move toward recognition is deliberate. And it's deliberate because if you see land acknowledgements, if you see Facebook banners, it creates the illusion that we're doing something, that we're talking about things, even if we're not actually doing something under the surface. And very few people, I think, will spend the necessary time or relationship or conversations to get that sense. But they're like, aren't things getting better? We're doing things so much more than we did 5 years ago. And maybe representatively we are. But substantively, I would say that we're not. So Indigenous people are doing something about this. They're not just, sitting around theorizing about it. Indigenous thinkers have a lot of visions about the way forward. So to get some principles out there, Glenn Coulthard says that the solution is going to look basically different, right, for Indigenous nations. That the approach to liberation has to be grounded in the teachings and the knowledge of a specific place and of a specific people. That to even attempt, I think, is what I got from this, to create some sort of like cross-Canada umbrella reconciliation thing was always going to fail because it's not grounded in these places and these individual contexts. Leanne Simpson writes that decolonization and liberation must take place on our own terms, without the sanction, permission, or engagement of the state, Western theory, opinions of Canadians. And so that, she says, and I would love that we would do it and then they'd come along anyways. That everyone would really just love it and see how great it was and come along anyways. But that ultimately it can't be premised on the approval of non-Indigenous people. And Indigenous people on the ground are organizing. So have you heard of the phrase, perhaps, land back? No? So I see some nods and some claps. Nice, okay. I'm trying to gauge a sense of how much space this takes up in a non-Indigenous audience especially. So land back, for folks who don't know, was actually created on Instagram in 2018 by a Cree meme creator named Arnell Tailfeathers. And I wish I had the image. It's really ridiculous and funny. But yeah, he had a really popular meme page, and Indigenous people everywhere, it like kind of hit a spot for us, right? And suddenly it was everywhere. It was exploding. It was in Indigenous rap songs, and it was in Indigenous art, and then people were naming 1492 Land Back Lane after Land Back. It spoke to something that Indigenous people had long wanted in a way that reconciliation, especially at the time, did not. And so this is how I've come to define land back, because people always ask me. So land back, in my view, is any action that supports affirming or returning the jurisdiction, authority, and resources that have been attacked by colonization into the hands of Indigenous people. These may be individual actions, but they will serve a larger common goal of Indigenous sovereignty and liberation from settler colonial domination. So it's not about commemoration. It's not about promoting awareness. It's about materiality, and materiality in service of Indigenous people. So it emerged at a very opportune time as land back was on the rise, reconciliation, I think, was on decline. And I would argue that it's likely to be, this is the first time you've heard about it, that I would argue that it probably won't be the last, because it kind of speaks to this general spirit of discontent that's evergreen so long as we live under settler colonialism, right? Where reconciliation waxes and wanes with different governments, land back, the idea that Indigenous people deserve sovereignty and authority and power is something that stays, right? So, and land back is for everyone. I gave this speech, so two things. One, whenever I talk about land back, I think the settler sort of like urge is, does this mean I'm getting like kicked off my land and you're all gonna like take me out and then basically send us all back to wherever, you know, our ancestors might have came from? And I always return that no, in short, that Indigenous people are a people that know displacement very well, right? We're not looking to replicate the same systems of harm and domination that have been done with us. And I think it's a very colonial assumption that you know, if we had power, we're going to do the same thing to you that you did to us, right? Is where people's minds already go. And I think that's a symptom of colonization in itself, that all we know as a possibility of power is violence, is destruction, is, you know, authority. And it's not something more collaborative or reciprocal or loving, which is how I always understood Indigenous visions of settler Indigenous relations on this land, right? And also, I will add that in this, you know, as we look down the looming climate crisis, and we talked earlier today at the very beginning of the day about how this was, you know, like an apocalyptic situation for all people, that I would offer that Indigenous people offer us the best path forward. And there's some evidence to prove this. The UN found that Indigenous people make up about 5% of the global population. We protect over 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity. Indigenous people also in North America alone, by protesting pipelines, Indigenous climate action found that in 2020 that was responsible for mitigating up to 25% of North American GHG emissions. 5% of the population putting 25% of GHG emissions on their back, putting 80% of biodiversity on their back. If we're looking for solutions to the climate crisis, Indigenous people are already embodying them, right? Is kind of the point. And land back, if they were in charge of the lands, of laws of the lands, of authority, would be able to do those things much more easily without looking down the barrel of a gun, right? So, nice. Awesome. You guys are making it easy. So, with this, comes a warning, is that I think we need to be able to learn from reconciliation's mistakes. And so the first of those big mistakes was co-option, right? So is that survivors went into the reconciliation process with a very clear, very honest vision of what reconciliation would look like. And it's not that that was a bad vision, it was just that it was co-opted and taken and made into a new meaning, which was fluffier and didn't actually meet their original demands. And I think we can be in danger of seeing that happen too with land back. So Mark Miller, who's the Minister of, I think it's Crown Indigenous Relations, he said, in a press conference, and he's the first elected official I could find at least that said, it's about land back. It's time we give land back. And everybody on Twitter, was like, oh my gosh, Mark Miller said land back. He gets it. And then he was pressed further on to say, what does land back actually mean to you? What does that look like if you were to put it in to a policy? And he was like, well, we could do more of the addition to reserve process. We could make land settlement agreements go a bit faster. And there was a couple things about that. Is one, that's not the whole scale transformative change that land back demands, right? And then also, it's still saying that Canada gets to tell us that they can give us our land back, not that we just ask for it and it's given, right? And respected. And so we're asking for something a bit different here, and we have to, I think it's something to be wary of. The other thing is that we have to say that it was amazing that land back came from a meme, I think. It came from this one guy in Winnipeg who just saw something that no policy or inquiry did, and he made it into something, into this movement, right? Or was part of it. But also that we have to make sure that we're not just having these, in this day of online organizing, that it can't just stay and live online, right? Leanne Simpson talks about how when she was a part of Idle No More, folks might remember from 2012, is how the online organizing let them reach huge groups of people, yes, but it also made their solidarities fickle and surface level. And when it came time to have hard conversations, they were really unable to do so because they didn't have the relationships necessary to actually have those conversations in a good way. And not to say that they can't be done online, but we should be aware that that is often a pitfall of online organizing. So this is my last little bit here. And I just wanted to get ahead of myself because whenever I finish these talks, the number one question, the first question that's always asked is, well, what can I do? What can I do? And my response back is always, well, who are you? And I don't answer that way to be dismissive of their genuine ask for help, but also I don't want to give you a lame answer that could apply to everyone, like go read the TRC or do something like that. I want to give you something substantial. And what you can do substantially is different based on who you are, where those spheres of influence that you have, we talked about earlier, Jillery talked about in her speech, right? Where your things of influence are, what your capacities are. And one thing that we could all do even right now, as I'll go through, and I don't need an answer, but as I think that these are some important requisite questions to be able to answer before you begin earnestly organizing with us. And so one, can I accept hard truths? And one of them is, I'm the beneficiary of colonialism. This one's really hard for people who might also in their own lives be disadvantaged in so many ways, but doesn't mean that they don't have the privilege of only having the life on this land because some people were displaced from it, right? I can and will continue to uphold colonialism in my life. So as much as we can have this radical pedagogy and praxis of politics in our head, one of the things about colonialism is that it's all encompassing, right? It's everything in our everyday lives. And there's no way for us to really, in our day-to-day, escape it. And so part of that is that we're going to uphold it sometimes. And it's going to be harmful. And we have to be able to see ourselves as both a victim of living under colonialism and a perpetrator of it. And you have to be able to hold both of that at the same time. Are you willing to sacrifice your family, your friends' place on the social and political hierarchy in the service of anti-colonialism? And this is a hard one, and I think the conversations around allyship have gotten so fluffy too recently, where it's I support you, I have the banner. And what I say is I don't necessarily need supporters. I need co-conspirators. I need people who are willing to put their bodies on the line every day in the way that Indigenous people already do, who are willing to sacrifice in the way that Indigenous people already do, even though in some ways it would benefit them not to, right? It keeps them at the top to have colonialism place for a lot of people. Am I able to enter relationships with Indigenous people doing this work already with humility and grace? So maybe that talks about like not coming in to save them, not expecting that we have the answers to colonialism. I also promise you Indigenous people have been thinking about this for forever, right? It's only a matter of saying, how can I be in relationship with you? How can I be reciprocal? How can I be in service? And also this one's really important to me, is do I really, truly believe that radical transformative change towards Indigenous futures are possible? It's one thing to talk about like burn down the government, end colonialism, It's another thing to actually somewhere in you really believe that it's possible to make transformative changes like that happen. And the person who really set this in motion for me, folks might know Jesse Wente, he's on the CBC all the time, he has a really good book on Reconciled. And he said, people forget that Canada is a baby country, right? We're like, what, 150 some years old? As far as countries go, that's pretty young. And he said, if only a couple generations ago, a whole bunch of guys didn't think it was too crazy to build a country, why is it always so radical for us to believe that we could change ours? And I think that that's an important message, right? About if you can talk about it, you can donate, but what we really need is also vision and will. And so the next step is to ask, who am I? What roles can you take up? How can you substantially support Indigenous liberations? Is it with your time? Is it with your money? Is it with your access? Countering and challenging colonial expectations in your personal, professional, social life, even when the stakes are high, right? We can all do it when it's National Indigenous Peoples Day and talk about things. It's something else to do it the rest of the 364 in your very personal places. And also leaving yourself when you're not the best person to do that work. Is another thing that I think it applies to everyone, not just Indigenous people, but all of us in movements, is that like when you believe in something, I know so fully, so heartily, when you want change so bad, it's really easy to become drunk on the perception that all you need to do is stay longer, put it all in more, when in fact that might not be the case. And that's a hard truth to accept as well, but I think is a necessary one for this work. And so the last thing I'll leave you with is to remember that liberation is not a goal, it's not a line in the sand, it is a place. And this is something that geographers, maybe Ruth Wilson Gilmore, folks might recognize that name, she talks about that liberation is a place. They're active, real, tangible worlds that we build. It's a practice of building those worlds. It's not just a dream. And so with that in mind, that is my plea to you to move beyond reconciliation towards liberation. And here's some bibliography if folks want to know where any of those things came from. So, miigwech.
Briefly, and then I'm going to give it back to you. So everybody, we've got lots of time for questions, which is just great. Thank you so much for your, I don't think we had a moment to snooze on that talk. Thank you for questions. So please feel free to raise your hand, and we have 2 people with mics who will take them to you. And I'm asked to remind you to please make your questions as short and to the point as possible so that we can give the most number of people the opportunity to ask questions. And also, we've been asked to ensure that there's a diversity of people asking questions, so know that if you raise your hand, that I won't be picking you out in sequence necessarily, but we'll make sure that there's a diversity of people asking questions. So I'm just going to end up pointing to people and hand the mic back to you, right? Okay. So there's a fellow over here at the front.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, my name is Ian. I have a question about land back. So our government in Alberta a while ago, they designated a bunch of the northern part of the province as like a provincial park for conservation, largely connected to the fact that it's where the oil sands are and there's obviously a lot of destruction of the environment, and that land is now managed by Indigenous people for conservation, land-based practice, but it's not land back, right, in the way I think you're talking about it. But I don't really understand fully what land back is really, because you're saying, you know, it isn't just, hey, you know, the government's going to give us the land. You sort of said it in a funny way. So what is it then?
Yeah. For sure. So I guess the easiest way, so the way I know my elders would say it, first of all, I have two ways, and whichever one resonates, I hope might answer. But one, my elders would say is they'd put back to the original, they'd go back to a time before we had what we had now to, I think, make imagining easier. So you go back to like the two-row wampum belts, for example, in Haudenosaunee territory, where the deal is that the land would be shared, and then the authority over it would be also split far more evenly, I suppose, than it is now, and that those separate jurisdictions would be respected between each other. And so, in essence, you know, one wouldn't have the power to like give it to the other or take it from the other in that way. But if there were going to be exchanges, they were done on the basis of consensus, on the basis of collaboration. So, you know, things can still happen and move, but not in the way that they move now. And so that's how my elders would describe it. Another one I would think of is that, like, in the same way that, like, the people who we respect the laws of the land from the powers that be right now, as we understand exclusively of the Canadian government, is that it would mean also bringing back up and rising into prominence Indigenous law and governance. And then also we'd have to find ways, I think, to make them compatible with some parts of the Canadian state. And I think that would require radically transforming, you know, the Canadian legal and justice and all those systems. Constitutional law here, we're talking about ripping it open and, you know, changing a whole bunch of things. So it's like a huge, huge transformation for sure to make that actually possible, but is what it would be. And then in that same way that if you are in Indigenous territories, a place observing Indigenous law, that you would be holden to those laws in the same way that you would now Canadian laws, for example. And so there are some Indigenous people that have like way more even radical views than I, who would say, like, you know, like it's all gonna go back to Indigenous people, and then we're going to have like a complete dissolution of Canadian influence and autonomy and power. I kind of love it, but then also like I think about even if that was like the original intention that our ancestors even had, and I don't think it is, but there might be some sections of Indigenous people who would argue that, and then I fall more in this like maybe middle ground of like some sort of shared but requiring huge cessions on the part of Canada.
Hi, thank you. My one real main question is, you use the term settler, and I would like to get your feeling and understanding the use of the word settler, the dictionary definition of settler, and how we apply it to the Canadian citizens today. And in regards to land back, part of that, I mean, we got to understand that Indigenous law is the sovereign. Indigenous people are the real sovereigns of this country, or this continent. And we got to realize that Canada is not a sovereign. It's not even an actual country. It's a proxy corporate governing system of the Queen, the Crown. And even today, the Crown is merely a concept. The Crown doesn't exist anymore. It's a concept. So that's, yeah. The settler.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Sorry, my mind's going a mile a minute at what you just said. But the definition of settler is one I find useful because it's a squabble I often have with non-Indigenous people. I end up using them pretty interchangeably between settler and non-Indigenous. But I think when it first rose in popularity, right? It was to really make clear the relationships that people had, that different bodies had to the land and to power on the land, right? Is that settler was supposed to talk about not necessarily did you physically settle here, which is I think maybe one definition of it, but a lot of people will then say, but I'm 6th generation Canadian now and I didn't settle, and like that's always the line of logic that I get back. And it's more about your role in the long history of settlement, right? Do you fall on the side of the beneficiaries of settlement? And if it's so, yes, you're a settler, is kind of how the logic goes, and it's supposed to make you uncomfortable and supposed to make you think a little bit about your place in that history. I also wanted to note, though, that there are certain people that I exclude, and I think it's important to exclude from that definition of settler, which is the people who, especially Black folks, especially refugees, because it also, settler talks about autonomy and power, right? Did you get here because you're part of a long line of autonomy and power and privilege, or when we're talking about Black folks, right, for example, it was a forced displacement that brought them to this continent in most cases, and that they don't benefit from settler colonialism in the same way that white bodies do. And so that relationship to the land, to power, is different than it is for other people. And so I use non-Indigenous as well if, like, you know, if I feel like it and the context calls for it, but that's how I understand the term to mean. I see a follow-up? Yeah.
How do you feel about the term colonist?
That's the term I use. That one gets people even more mad, right? And I used to, yeah, right? Is if we're talking about the hard truths of how do you continue to uphold colonialism and how you will continue to uphold colonialism, there are, you know, in non-Indigenous, what would be the opposite, right? Is if you don't benefit from colonialism, then you're an Indigenous person, and if you're not, then you're kind of the latter, right? There's like a logic to it, but also is that I think I used to use, I don't know if I believe in this anymore, but maybe some people will find this interesting, is that I used to say this line to people when they'd get mad at me about using especially using settler, is that I would say, like, I could call you a colonizer, right? And the difference being, like, settler doesn't have that same sort of, I guess, connotation of, like, maybe deliberacy that colonizer does, right? Like, now when I call people a colonizer, I'm like, you're acting colonial AF. You're like in real time upholding systems of oppression. Whereas when I use settler for folks, I approach it with like a much more like neutrality. But anyways, I don't know, I haven't talked about that in a long time. It's an old idea, but is one that I found would resonate with people and make them think of like the ways at different times and at different places our relationships to power is different, and what we do with that power is different. And so there's a real usefulness, I think, in all of that. So thank you for bringing them up.
Thanks, Riley. That was a really great talk. I'm curious if there are kind of exemplars for you of a liberation practice, either in other places in the world, at other periods in history. Are there sources of inspiration for you that you look to as examples, or you look to as just a sort of a source of inspiration for? It's not as though that things have to work that way exactly, but they're an example of the kind of liberation practice that you're describing.
Yeah. Yeah, so many. I feel like the one that I hear a lot about, that Indigenous folks talk about when I ask them that, about like, what is your vision of liberation? How would you know liberation if it smacked you in the face? Like, have you ever felt it before? I wasn't privileged enough to be there in a way, but Standing Rock is something that a lot of people bring up to me. So in North Dakota, the Dakota Access Pipeline, folks for, I think, almost a year created like their own little community, basically, where it was Indigenous law that they created for that space about what was the role everyone was going to play there. They created, systems of conflict resolution. They created systems of care for the children in the camp. Everybody was welcomed. And they said it was the first time, or maybe the only time in my life, so many people have said, that felt like I was living in an Indigenous world. That if I really just suspended my belief for a second, I could pretend that I wasn't living in a colonial state of the United States, and that we were free in this way. And it modeled in this little microcosm of what a liberated future could look like for a lot of people. And just the way people talk about it makes me so envious, and like also so like, oh. So I think about that. But then also, like, I think we all have access to like little pieces of liberation in every day to get like maybe a little bit more like, would it be somatic or like psychological, but is like, I think we especially feel it like in relationships with each other, like our best relationships. One where even if we have different, like in the outside world, have different access to power or different identities of power, that people feel truly equal, that they feel that they've created something between the two or three or however many of them, where they can, work through conflict, where they can celebrate together, where they can give together. I understand that as liberation. And so I think like everybody in some way has some access to that. And it's just a matter of, how we make that on bigger scales, I think. If it was to make it a feeling.
Thank you for this. This has been very educational, like for me. A lot of times with the Truth and Reconciliation, like learning about the Truth and Reconciliation, I thought so much of it was about the residential schools. And then learning more about it's certainly more than that. And I can't remember all the recommendations that were put out. But, the land back is a big issue. And I think that's important. Our new premier has put in there like a new Alberta Sovereignty Act, like to remove Alberta from Canada. And me, as an Albertan, I'm thinking I'm Canadian first and Albertan second. But I'm thinking, with the Indigenous people, the three chiefs of the three territories came out recently on the news and said that they're against that act. And I think that's great for them to speak out, but what could I do? What can we do as Albertans to support them? Because it's their land originally. It's not our land.
Good question. And one that really resonates because also for some background context, this is something I've thought about a lot because my partner's a Newfoundlander. And so if folks know Newfoundland as well, there's also the sense of, I'm a Newfoundlander first and not a Canadian first. And there's like people who are pro and anti when they join Confederation and all those things. The relationship to Indigenous people, different there. But yes, anyways, something I've thought a lot about. And I think it goes to what this like gentleman behind you that asked me one of the questions earlier was saying about sovereignty, right? And how like we can choose to follow maybe like the letter of these laws of could you technically in this abstract sense have a right to do that? Maybe, like you could make that argument, but like in all principles of who we want to be and who I think what democracy is and who we should be and what sovereignty is and all of those things that no, you do not, clearly, right? And so there's some Indigenous folks that have written extensively about this in Quebec. One person I'd recommend his name is Chad Cowie, and he talks about, a Quebec separatist movement and how Indigenous people his basically plea to say that, in order to recognize fully why this is wrong, you have to understand or have a greater understanding and then respect for Indigenous sovereignty than we do. And so I think that on the personal level, there's that organizing and that education to say, like, you have to have enough education about Indigenous sovereignties and about Indigenous histories on the land to then translate it to others around you in your spheres of influence to say, and this is exactly why we can't, right? Like, whether or not we have like also personal ideas about what it means for me as an individual, I think that there's that's one instance, a perfect example of where we have an opportunity to center anti-coloniality in our lives and in our discourses. And so that would be kind of my recommendation. And if you needed, some help on maybe how to phrase that in the best ways, Chad Cowie is the one coming to mind. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your great resources you use, including your bibliography. My question is on decolonization, and you quoted Leanne Simpson as saying that decolonization must take place on our own terms. Canadian universities today are supposedly in a process of decolonization. Much is made about that. I'm a skeptic, having retired from university, to the extent that this process is real, or is it just merely cosmetic, merely symbolic, so that university executives can check off these boxes, report back to the government and to the board in terms of accountability that we're actually doing it. But meanwhile, the universities more or less remain the same and little changes. I'd hate to be a skeptic or a cynic on this, but that's where I come from.
No, I love it. and I also agree because, and it comes, I guess, down to my understanding of decolonization, which is that, you know, to use the phrase from Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang, is that decolonization is not a metaphor for diversity and inclusion, right? Like, decolonization is like an active process of dismantlement of coloniality, and that, like, there are people who would say, and I largely agree with, is that we can't decolonize colonial structures. We can build anew. We can, tear down and build anew, or build anew alongside. We can indigenize colonial structures in some ways, maybe put Indigenous principles and Indigenous representation and, you know, Indigenous worldviews more center in colonial institutions, but that they can't be decolonized that way. And I think that that's something I agree with. So yeah, it really grinds my gears every time somebody says, you know, we're decolonizing X, Y, and Z. It's like one of those like buzzwords that has come up recently for sure in the last like 5 years or so that I think has been progressively watered down once again to mean something that it wasn't originally intended to be. And where I think, and so this is to say also, right, if we want to take it from the academic to like a larger space, is a perfect way to say like that, can we decolonize Canada? No, right, by that logic, is that we can do things to make Canada maybe different and better, but that ultimately it will mean creating way more space, eliminating parts of Canada, building new parts. Maybe we can indigenize, but we can't decolonize everything. And this urge that we're going to do that, and somehow I think that makes people feel like they're doing it way more progressively than reconciliation, I think is also part of that, isn't possible in my view. So. Yeah, so to say, I think that's a great critique. Thank you. I can hear you though, it's good.
Hi, that was really exciting. Thank you. And you mentioned Glenn Courtault's work as well on, was it grounded normativity?
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder if you could like expand slightly on it, what that is, what does it mean, what does it do as a kind of a principle?
Yeah, so grounded normativity, he has like a really like technical academic definition of it that like I feel like I can cite from having to quote it in a bunch of things. But to me, I understand it as basically a principle of making meaning based on specific context and specific place. And so for him, he uses the example of being Dene and saying that in the Northwest Territories, and so saying that, what is normativity in a traditional Dene sense is different than it would be for me as an Anishinaabe person, for example. And that we need to be taking into account those different perceptions, those, first of all, different worldviews, those different senses of normativity, and leaning into them in those places where they are grounded is my sense of it in like maybe the most comprehensive way. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi there. I've recently spent some time in Paraguay, and I think as an example of an area that actually is moving through decolonization, I thought it was beautiful when they actually had a ceremony where they gave the name of the Queen Charlotte Islands back to the province and said, here's your name back. This land is now called Paraguay. And I thought that as an example of how that moves forward, but I wonder in unceded territories in BC, what is the difference in the dialogue of decolonization compared to those that are under treaty and the legal connections to treaty and the responsibility of that? It's clearly two different dialogues that are going on in unceded territory and treaty territory, and I'm just curious about your concepts of that.
Yeah, it's good. Getting into treaties is always, I'm like, that's a whole other talk. And also is one I'm so nervous to have in the prairies because I don't know if there are, how many prairie natives there are in the room, but like the conceptions of treaties in the prairies is like way more, I guess, like, somebody described it to me once as like more orthodox, but like that they are like the sacredness of the treaties is something that's really instilled. Whereas like I'm from Treaty 9 territory and my great-great-grandfather is even the treaty signatory. And so many of the times we're like, screw the treaties. They were, or in many ways screw the treaties. They were negotiated under duress, that they are not actually reflective agreements of what we want our relationships to be. They're just kind of what we have. And so the perception of treaty varies very greatly, I've found, depending on which nations you're from and sort of the context there. But I think it also comes back to this, you're right, that I think that it's different depending on if you're in a place like, say, BC that's going under modern treaty negotiations. So, and it's been taken like years and years and years to get any movement anywhere in BC on getting these treaty negotiations in place about how we in the contemporary day are going to share the land there. And, but at the same time, I think that there's also a misconception that that treaty lands are ceded, is that treaties, don't mean like that we gave up land, I think is like a misconception on the part not only of just Canadians, but on a lot of like government decision makers and people who interpret the treaties, is that they see them solely as like a cession document, whereas they're all supposed to be, as I understand them, the grounds for relationality and the principles for relationality. And instead, in Canada, they've somehow been like, this is what you agreed to give us, which is, not how I understand them at all. And so like maybe part of the answer too and how to reckon that gap is about transforming our views about what treaties are. And one of the things that I have really advocated for in the spirit of treaty scholars like John Burroughs, who talks about the Royal Proclamation or the Treaty at Niagara, and where there were at the onset like all of these principles of coming back, the treaties of living documents that were supposed to be come back, to be renegotiated, to be evolving with the times that changed, that just Canada never actually lived up to those, expectations that Indigenous people clearly outlined. But that maybe it's still possible to do that, I would think. And also, like, this is a separate thing that I'm gonna try and go quick because I know we're over time, but it's like, I would love to see more conversations about treaty making that don't happen specifically between Indigenous governments and non-Indigenous governments, right? Because if treaties are about relationality, as I said, I think they are, and if they're about the terms of living relationally, there's nothing that says that we can't make that with each other. With non-Indigenous people and other people we want to be in solidarity with or in community with. There's nothing to say that we can't take up that practice, but it's not something that we do, and we seem to only think about it in these very strict governmental legal terms nowadays. And so maybe a revival of the fullness of treaties could help to bridge some of what we see in terms of how people perceive them and what that looks like. Awesome. And I've gone 5 minutes over time.
We voted 5:15, so
Okay.
we've got lots of time. I want to make sure I haven't left anybody out. Okay, well, whoosh, you've certainly given us a lot to think about. And I have to say, the visual I'm going to leave with in this talk is the wampum belt, because you talked about it as a power sharing. A lot of this is about power, isn't it? And power over. And that's what has to change. It's the power over dynamic, isn't it? We have to share. So anyway, thank you so much. There was so much in your talk. It was so rich. And on behalf of the Parkland, I want to give you this gift in recognition and thanks for your very wonderful talk. So could you join me in thanking? Now, just before you all go, I want to let you know that you've been asked to please join everyone at Dewey's after this session for some food, drinks, and socializing. And you can just continue to talk about all these marvelous and amazing and interesting topics. Now, Dewey's is located in the North Power Plant building. They say here, use the north entrance across from Trifo Hall. If you don't know where you're going, there are people here who will, there are volunteers in the lobby who will direct you as to where to go. So please do join us if you can, and thank you so much for coming. That was very good.